It is quite simply the most breathtaking piece of motorsport real estate anywhere in the world. The rich heritage of Mount Panorama Bathurst dates back to 1938, when Englishman Peter Whitehead won the Australian Grand Prix on the dusty and rutty mountain road known then as Bald Hills. 28 years ago, Bathurst became home to what is now known as Australia's Great Race. Initially a 500-mile endurance contest for showroom production cars, it changed in 1974 to a 1,000k metric marathon. During those early days, few of the Panorama pioneers were distracted by side issues such as circuit safety. However, between these cement corridors, the risks are great, and 4 drivers have paid the ultimate price. Legends live on at this famous address. Men like Bob Jane and Harry Firth, who won the first classic in '63, return each year to soak up the atmosphere and keep a watchful eye on their contemporaries, including Alan Moffat, Peter Brock, Freddie Gibson and Colin Bond. Then there are those who wait to write their own chapters of mountain history, the young guns who cannot believe the vice-like grip members of the old firm have had on this race and this place. For 363 days each year, this 6.2 kilometre scenic public road is open to two-way vehicular traffic. The 60k speed limit is strictly enforced, but with the arrival of the October holiday weekend, the pace picks up appreciably. The 7 Network welcomes viewers across the globe to Bathurst, New South Wales for the 29th edition of Mountain Tradition, that is the Tooheys 1000. The world's greatest touring car race.
Yes, hello everyone and welcome to Mount Panorama and the Great Race. Wherever you may be watching in Australia or overseas, we certainly hope you'll enjoy 7 Sports live and exclusive coverage of the Tooheys 1000. Well, we saw in our opening just some of the history that surrounds this great race. Yesterday, 24-year-old Victorian Mark Scaife stamped his name in the history books with a sizzling lap in the Tooheys Top 10 shootout. Scaife in his Nissan GTR scorched around the track in the new record time of 2 minutes 12.62 seconds, leaving the rest of the field well and truly in his wake. That performance by the recently crowned Australian Drivers' Champion gave him not only pole position for the race but also outright favouritism. Well, dry, hot conditions over the last week have not made it easy for drivers or pit crews. Bathurst, like more than half of the state of New South Wales, has been gripped by drought. Mark Scaife and his Nissan, however, were oblivious to the heat. Perhaps the race is best summed up by Tasmanian driver John Bowe. Quite simply, John said, "It's a lottery." Well, a man who's been coming to the mountain since 1976 is Gary Wilkinson. He knows it well. Gary, welcome, and I'm sure you'd echo those sentiments of John's.
Sure would. This track, Sandy, does have a place, as Mike Raymond said in the opening, in world motor racing folklore. This is where legends are created, and this is where reputations are ripped to shreds. There are some people who come here their entire motorsporting lives, 20 plus years, and never get within a bull's roar of winning the race, and they go home eventually psychologically and financially broken. And yet Dick Johnson, his legend was built on this track in one incident in 1980 when he came around the corner and hit a rock, destroyed his car, came back the next year and won the race. It's just a marvellous place. Things happen, expect the unexpected, as the saying goes.
Well, Gary, Nissans have been doing it so well all week. They created the hot lap, but of course this is a 1,000-kilometre race, so surely anything can happen.
Anything could, but by gee, these cars are so technologically brilliant, but thereby could be their Achilles heel. I mean, if something goes wrong, it's like a deck of cards, down it comes. But you know, the Nissans, not this particular GTR with all the whiz-bang technology, Nissans have been coming here now as a corporate team for 10 years, and their best effort so far is second. Yeah,
still looking for number one. Gary, have a good day. We look forward to your comments right throughout the day. Well, one thing is for certain, despite all we've said, it does promise to be a fascinating race. Behind the microphone and heading our commentary team for his 21st year of phenomenal effort is Mike Raymond. Mike, welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you, Sandy, and good morning to Richard Hay and Mark Osler. Well, guys, I think we have very, very hot conditions here today for a super race. Everyone believes that the Nissans are odds-on favourite. Do you see it that way?
Well, yes, except that 1988, I think it was, they were odds-on favourites then. They lasted 17 minutes, both cars.
Mark, we followed them in the Shell Australian Touring Car Championship. If you had to place a bet, Nissan 1-2?
They're certainly the runaway favourites, yeah. If it was a horse race, you'd be putting money on it. But the whole key to this race is how hard the Sierras and Commodores can push that car. Yeah.
Well, the action, of course, Sandy, started here just over half an hour ago with the morning warm-up and the traditional Scots School Bathurst band, the pipes and drums, piping the cars into pit lane for the first time. Tremendous atmosphere and a huge crowd here at Mount Panorama early this morning. We saw probably a record turnout yesterday for the Tui's top 10, and of course we have them streaming into the circuit at the moment. They certainly broke the morning silence, leading the cars down pit lane, the drivers getting ready for the morning warm-up that lasts just on 20 minutes. Drivers take the opportunity to go out, probably do 2 or 3 laps, come in, make sure the car is balanced, it's set, and they are ready to race. The real action, though, here at Mount Panorama began on Wednesday. The Tui's top 10 yesterday, of course, produced no surprises in Mark Scaife getting pole position. But really, it has been a week of drama. Wednesday's track time was a handy guide to what Team Nissan had in mind for the rest of the week. The 2 Gibson Motorsport GTRs came out firing with low 14-second laps, closely followed by Glenn Seaton's Peter Jackson Sierra and the GIO GTR of Sydney speedster Mark Gibbs. By Thursday, Mark Scaife and Jim Richards were into the 13s, and on Friday, the 12s. Picking up the pace caused problems for some like Kiwi Kane Scott, who had a lose at Repco but recovered. Not so on the exit to the cutting, where he got out of shape and clouted the concrete, giving the tape crew work they didn't really need. Despite a couple of mild spins and a little body contact, the qualifying sessions were remarkably free of the usual crash and carnage. Yesterday's top 10 shootout brought together 4 Sierras, 3 Nissans, and the Commodore trio of Percy Perkins and Perfect Peter. First out was Tasmanian David Parsons in the Peter Jackson Sierra. A smooth run for 2:17.581. Then it was time for Win Percy to launch the V8 attack. He gave it his best shot, but the time of 2:17.7 was slower than his Friday best. Dick Johnson went quicker in the 17 Shell Sierra, shaving almost half a second off his best for the week. But then it was time for Brock to deliver some mountain magic, and he didn't disappoint a soul. Really gassing it up now as he comes out of the turn and heads up to BP. There's Brock at work.
A picture of total concentration. Brock at 10/10 around Mount Panorama, a circuit he dearly loves, and a circuit he does particularly well at.
Boy, he's putting the boot in.
Yeah, he's chasing the thing all the way up to the rev limiter in each gear, and he braked very, very late at the end of Mountain Straight. Look at the car leap over there. It's set up reasonably soft. The front left wheel was about 18 inches off the deck, I think, through Reed Park.
And listen to that crowd.
Look at the rear wheel. It was off the deck over the top of McPhillamy.
Oh, listen to the crowd. They're loving this. The Mountain Master, Brock, 9 times winner, back in a Holden, and gee, he's really on the limit.
And he's not running the race engine, running a practice engine, so he can afford to give it everything.
The crowd might be loving it. He wouldn't have liked that moment. That cost him time getting sideways there. He had to lift off and get the thing recovered.
16:07, 2:16:07 for Peter Brock. Certainly a big improvement, but he won't be happy.
You made a couple of little mistakes, mate.
Yeah.
What about McPhillamy Park?
Yeah, what happened is I had the brakes adjusted for a full tank of petrol, and foolishly as I touched the brake, I went in and oversteered. And the same thing over here. I thought, oh, Brock, what are you doing?
Brock, I can tell you the mob on the hill loved it.
I loved it, mate, because I kept the pedal to the metal, as you know, Slug.
Teammate Larry Perkins followed in the number 11 mobile machine and cut a solid lap of 2:17.01. Slower than his previous best, but reasonably happy just the same.
On paper, the Nissans are quicker. They're a racing car, not a touring car.
Tasmanian John Bow was the first and only driver to get into the 15s. His lap was a beauty, and not even Drew Price and the number 2 Nissan GTR could better the mark. Then it was time for Glenn Seaton to deliver his best in the number 30 Peter Jackson Sierra. His lap was super smooth, and the young Victorian stopped the clocks at 2:14.90, and he was stoked.
I really wanted to get on the front row of the grid this weekend and sort of top the weekend off so far, and hopefully come tomorrow we can sort of beat them Nissans. But I'm really wrapped with the car. It's been working fantastic all week.
Then it came down to the final two. Mark Gibson, the GIO GTR, and Mark Scape aboard the number one machine. Gibbs' effort was most impressive, a 2:13.88, considerably faster than his Friday best, and a guaranteed berth in the front row. Scape responded as only he can, charging around the course in 2 minutes 12.63 seconds, his personal best for the week, and pole position for today's Tooheys 1000.
It's a pretty good lap. I got a little bit untidy in a couple of spots, but that's about as good as we can do.
Well, if that was untied and you've got pole position, you've got a little bit up your sleeve, you're saying that?
No, not really. I think that's about as quick as we can go.
So here's how the top 10 will line up today. Scape and Jim Richards in the number one Nissan from pole. 2, the GIO GTR of Gibbs and Rowan Onslow. 3, the Peter Jackson Sierra with Seaton and Greg Hansford. 4, the number 18 Shell Sierra of John Bow and Terry Shield. 5, the Pride of Queensland, Dickie Johnson and Kiwi Paul Radisich in the number 17 Shell Sierra. 6, the Mobile 05 Commodore of Peter Brock and Andrew Madecki. 7, the number 2 Nissan of Drew Price and Gary Walden. 8 is Larry Perkins and Thomas Maziran, the number 11 Mobile Commodore. From 9, David Parsons and Wayne Park in the Peter Jackson Sierra. And 10, the defending champions Wyn Percy and Alan Grice in the Holden Racing Team Commodore.
Yes, there is the top 10 and tremendous interest this year as to just who will be King of the Mountain. Peter Brock is having his 23rd start in the race. And now back with the General, Peter Perfect is chasing his 10th win here at Mount Panorama.
Football, meat pies, Peter Brock and Holden cars have been part of our sporting heritage for over 2 decades. Peter's winning ways at Mount Panorama commenced in 1972. Since then, he's called at Victory Lane on 9 occasions, all for Holden. 75 was the era of the SLR 5000. 78 and 79 he teamed with Jim Richards in the A9X, before giving Commodore its first victory in 1980. A hat-trick with Larry Perkins in 82, 83 and 84 saw the lad from Eltham finally dubbed Peter Perfect. His 9th win was a rebound ace from FISA when the sport's governing body TKO'd the Eggenberger Sierras from the 87 results. Brocky has since tried unsuccessfully to win Bathurst for both BMW and Ford. But this year he's back with the great Aussie V8 engineered by Larry Perkins. Somehow, podium visit number 10 does seem a reality.
A bird's eye view of the mountain, and isn't it a wonderful sight? Crowd pouring in. We're expecting a top temperature today of around the 24-degree mark. Well, in the words of 9 times champion Peter Brock, the key to Bathurst is teamwork between the drivers, the cars and the pit crews. One mistake from any area and months of preparation can literally count for nothing. Neil Crompton, a starter in today's race, knows only too well the importance of pit crews.
It may be a well-worn motor racing cliche, but races like the Tooheys 1000 are very often won or lost in the pits. Pit stops and vehicle servicing efficiency are critical. Up to 11 people must work together with military precision under the pressure of a stopwatch in difficult and dangerous conditions. It's a task that's often bungled, and when things do go wrong, it usually spells the end of that team's chance of success. So in that flurry of noise and activity, what exactly is going on? Let's look at the Glenn Seaton Greg Hansford Ford Sierra as an example. When the Sierra rockets into the pit lane, the drill begins, and in this case, 11 specialists leap to work. The cast includes a car manager up front, 2 drivers, 4 wheelmen, 2 refuelers, 1 vent bottle operator and a fireman. The rules dictate that no more than 7 people, excluding the drivers, are allowed to touch the car at any given moment. Today we can expect cars like the Sierra to make up to 4 stops. The first is for fuel, tyres and a driver change. The second for fuel, tyres, a driver change and front brake pads. The third for fuel, tyres, a driver change and possibly rear pads. And the fourth, and hopefully final, for fuel, tyres, maybe a driver change and front brake pads. When the car comes to a halt, an air coupling is attached at the nose and 4 internal air jacks lift the Sierra off the ground. The wheelmen remove the lock nut with air-operated rattle guns. This car has centre lock single nut wheels. Other teams may run 5 studded wheel fixings and nuts. Up above you can see the gantry holds the air lines clear of the car. Now, a fuel, tyre and driver change stop generally takes around about 30 seconds. This stop, where the team performs those functions plus a brake pad change, about 60-75 seconds. At the front of the car, once the wheel is removed, the tricky process of changing brake pads commences, usually a very tough task if the pads have buckled or jammed. But we'll come back to this process. Behind me, the drivers are already into their gymnastics. Now, hang on a minute, guys. Let's slip into rewind and have a closer look at this. Greg's opened the door and unclipped Glenn's radio cord. The driver normally undoes his belts as he's about to stop, and the current rules permit the engine to be running. Once they've swapped, the departing driver then hooks up the radio as the driver does battle with the 6-point harness. And while all this action is unfolding, the car manager's busy cleaning the normally filthy windscreen and checking all the fluid levels under the bonnet. This is what it all looks like from back here. The refuelers are dumping 120 litres of fuel into the dry brake tank system. The Seaton team uses individual fuel churns. Other teams may use an overhead tank and hose. The churns hold 40 litres each. Over here, the vent bottle holder is standing by ready to catch the overflow when the tank's full. Let's explain the dry brake fueling system a bit better. The spring-loaded nozzle on the churn is pushed into the spring-loaded receiver. When they're coupled, there's no spillage of fuel. To enable the fuel to dump freely, the system is vented. The churns are vented here, and the tank breathes via a vent bottle. This clear bottle is pushed into an identical coupling system and the cap on the bottle's open. It takes about 10 seconds to empty each churn, and they're heavy. The fuel rushes in unimpeded, and once the tank is full, the vent bottle begins to fill. Rod will then rip the bottle back, and the spring-loaded valve seals the tank and there's no spill. Now back to the brake pad change up front. Once Paul's wrestled the old mangled pads out of the caliper, he uses the pliers again to squeeze the pistons back and fits the new pads. Let's look at that again. With the pads removed, he then squeezes back the hydraulic pistons. When they're right back into the caliper, there's sufficient clearance to fit the new full-width meaty brake pads. Glenn's car doesn't have retaining bridges at the front of the calipers, so all Paul has to do is fit the pads and snap in the retaining clip. Then the wheel goes back on. This whole process is hot and dangerous work. The old pads are smouldering away at about 800 degrees C, and nothing in the wheel well would be cooler than about 200 degrees C. Now there's a couple of extra considerations. Remember that once you've pulled off the circuit and you're not at racing speed, you're losing a heap of time to the opposition. So the time it takes to get in and out of the pits is critical. You'd be staggered by the number of disasters that can and do occur in these stops. But when you get them constantly right and your on-track performance is up to it, you can smoke the opposition.
Yes, an excellent report from Neil Crompton and Wilco. It really does show the importance of the cruise, doesn't it?
Oh, does it ever? And it's been a long, hot week here in Bathurst. There is a cooler change forecast for mid to late afternoon. Whether there'll be any rain, I don't know. But if there is, boy, oh boy, you wait and see them work.
All right then, well now you've seen what goes on during a pit stop. You'll understand a little more of the organised mayhem as teams rush to beat the clock at every stop. Throughout the day we'll have every aspect of the pit drama covered for you. Time now to meet the guys who'll be right in amongst the crews, and perhaps the pit that will attract the most attention will be that of the Nissan GTRs.
This is the car they're all running scared of at Bathurst, but it's a lot more than just 630 horsepower of sheer muscle. This car owes as much to the computer chip as it does to the internal combustion engine. What we have here is one computer controlling the engine itself, a second controlling the four-wheel drive, and the driver has another control that allows him to vary the amount of drive on the front wheels or the rear wheels. Fred Gibson, this really is beyond anything you could have imagined 10 years ago.
Sure is, John. Like, this is the latest in technology, and this has done a very good job in producing this sort of car. The engine management system is something we've developed ourselves. It controls the spark and the boost and the revs of the engine. The four-wheel drive really sort of controls the front to rear drive of the car. At present this weekend we're running 70% to the back and 30% to the front. Then the driver can sort of fine-tune it with a switch in the middle there.
That switch in the middle, it can let him control understeer, oversteer by putting more pressure on one wheel or the other.
Yeah, when the car gets to a stage where the tyres start to get a bit slippery, they can sort of, if they want to get rid of some oversteer in the car, they can just dial a bit more front drive into the car and takes it out of it. So, like, it's a pretty sophisticated thing, really.
Just lastly, this whole race today, everybody's afraid that you guys are just going to run it in cruise mode while they're busting a gut trying to keep up with you.
No, we're not in cruise mode, I can assure you. We're going pretty hard as well, John, and I think by the end of the day, if we're there at the finish, we'll probably win the race. But it's one of those sort of races where it's a lottery. It's 1,000 kilometres, 6 hours of torture, and I'll be glad when it's all over.
You can walk up and down this pit at the moment today, and everybody will tell you that if these Nissans hold together, there's no stopping them at the end of the day.
If you've ever wondered about the high cost of motor racing, here's one aspect of it: tyres. There is about 220 tyres in this truck for one race team for one race. It allows the drivers a number of variations they can use. Here we have the slick, of which there would be 3, maybe 4 compounds available, and they will test and test until they get the right combination that's suitable to this track on the day. If you have damp conditions, you would go to a slick with some grooves in it to give the car just a little bit of traction on the damp road. However, if it rains, you go to the full wet weather tyre, which very, very deep grooves to let the water out and to give the car traction under those very, very wet conditions.
Pit-to-car communications are an essential part of long-distance touring car racing in the 1990s. Most of the cars in today's Tooheys 1000 are fitted with two-way radios. That enables the drivers and the team managers to discuss race strategy and perhaps an upcoming pit stop. But if high-tech fails and the driver's ears are filled with static, he can always rely on the good old-fashioned pit board. The pit board provides basic information, lap times, how many laps it is to the next pit stop. It's simple, yet it's effective.
High above the pit area in race control, they have a totally different perspective of Mount Panorama. Tim Shankin, the clerk of the course, what's the procedure for using a pace car?
We use the pace car when we have an emergency on the circuit, partial blockage. It's dispatched from the pit lane, it picks up the leader, and that continues on the circuit until we've cleared the mess up. Cars are free to pit while the pace car is on the circuit. The pit lane exit is kept open except when the pace car goes past the exit, and then when the incident is cleared up, the pace car does one lap. You will recognise that because the lights, the flashing lights on the roof are out, and then it withdraws from the circuit and the race restarts.
So pit lane doesn't have a monopoly on all the sweat and hard work?
Not at all.
You better believe it. John Brady there, John Harvey, Peter McKay and Cameron Williams, our guys in the pits to bring you all of the action. And we do expect some action in the pits, particularly with those pad changes.
Yeah, pad changes can alter the whole complexion of the race. It can take, it should take around about a minute to do, but it can take anything up to 2 or 3 minutes, as many of the teams found out last year. When Percy, you might recall, had quite a long stop with a problem with a pad change.
The interesting thing, Mark, we've spoken about the top 10 and all the focus this weekend has been on the Nissan so far. There are a couple of guys we haven't even mentioned yet. Guys like Alan Moffat, who are back here with the Synovus Vitamin Sierra. 2 cars. They've got Gary Brabham here, Gianfranco Brancatelli, and Tony Longhurst we haven't mentioned as yet. And a lot of people along pit lane are thinking that the era of the BMW, a win at Bathurst, has arrived.
Well, I've certainly got the little BMs down as a top 5 placing. I don't have any doubts about that, but I'd even go so far as to say a top 3 placing. They've got 2 less stops to make than the Nissan GTRs and 1 less stop than everyone else. So all of a sudden they're up 2.5 minutes on the rest of the field. That's one thing that'll play into their hands later in the race, I'm sure.
I believe so. We mentioned earlier the warm-up this morning about 20 minutes ago, just an opportunity for the drivers to make sure everything's okay with their car. 72 had a slight problem here. All not well with the Corolla. This is the David Sala Brad Stratton car. It was no more than about a lap into the warm-up this morning, and then all of a sudden straight into the wall. Now that would have thrown the plans of that team totally upside down.
It'd be a disaster. With just an hour and a half to go, there's an awful lot of work for them to do to just even get on the grid, let alone actually make the start.
Well, we gave you the top 10. Let's have a look now at the 11 through 31. Starting out of 11, Tony Longhurst and Alan Jones in the B&H BMW. From 12, it's number 10, Gianfranco Brancatelli and Charlie O'Brien in the Synovus Sierra. From 13, car number 7, Bradley Jones and our own Neil's on Wheels, Neil Crompton in the Holden Racing Team Commodore. From position number 14, car number 8. That, of course, is Colin Bond and Kiwi Graham Crosby in the Caltex Sierra. And out of position number 15, number 9, that's Steve Milne, and of course Gary Brabham.
Trevor Ashby and Steve Reed start their Commodore out of 16th. Johnny Smith with the Toyota Supra, and alongside of him Jeff Morgan out of 17th. Waldock and Peters with their Sierra in 18th. Fitzgerald and Denny Holm there in 19th. And English and Scott with another Sierra out of 20th.
For position number 21, it's car number 22, the Strathfield Car Radios Commodore, Graham Moore and Michelle Delcourt, the Belgian. From 22, 43, Brian Bolwell and Arthur Abrahams in the Plastic Sierra. From 23, it's 33, Pearson and Stewart in the Product Commodore. From 24, car number 27, Leeds and Finnegan in the Foodtown Supermarkets Commodore. And from 25, car number 19, Scott and Taylor in the Shell Racing Sierra.
Bill O'Brien, Brian Callahan and Brian Callahan Jr. start their Commodore out of 26th. Tim and Alf Grant from 27th with their Nissan Skyline. Jansen and Gazzard with the Commodore from 28th. Johnson and Johnson in 29th. And 30th, Gary Wilmington with his Toyota Supra.
Well, that's just an indication, Sandy, a pretty good looking field.
It certainly is, yes. Thank you, Mike. And of course, we'll look at the entire grid a little bit later on as well. Affable Queenslander Dick Johnson is one of the most popular drivers in the country. Over the years, the fans have warmed to the man who's continually defied the odds.
Finishing between a rock and a hard place at Bathurst in 1980 inadvertently launched Dick Johnson into the touring car big time. And he hasn't looked back since. A year later, he was crowned King of the Mountain after the race was declared 43 laps short due to the monumental stack at Skyline. On that occasion, though, Johnson was in the right place at the right time. His Australian Touring Car Championship record is impressive, with 5 wins since 1981. Johnson and Bathurst meant drama for many years, but in '89, at the height of the Shell Sierra reign, Dick nailed his second victory, thanks to faithful sidekick John Bowe. This year has not been kind to the Queenslander, but during the August media day, the Shell Sierra was certainly on the pace, and the demon from Daisy Hill gives himself every chance of picking up win number 3 here today. At Mount Panorama at Bathurst, the build-up continues for the 1991 edition of the Great Race. And so much of this event and so much of the contest that we've known over the number of years as a 500-miler and a 1,000k race revolves around one guy, and that is Peter Brock, 9-time winner here. And we thought that we would ask Peter Brock to explain to you and to us about his day at the office.
Well, this is the office. This is the machine that I'll be piloting around the track in an attempt to get a 10th victory. But there's a lot of bits and pieces on it that are a little bit different from your normal Commodore. And a racing car is a difficult sort of machine to set up properly. We can adjust the trim height of the car by lowering it or raising it. And sometimes it makes a little bit of difference at high speed, particularly with the front's a little bit lower or the back's a little bit higher. We can adjust the camber, the caster. And of course we've got a lot of aerodynamic panels on the car too to help with the way that it does slip through the air, particularly down Conrod Straight where we're doing something like 300 kilometres an hour. Now, I'll give you a bit of a look inside here because this is really the office. This is where it all happens. And there's a lot of bits and pieces. In fact, sometimes there's so much stuff in here that I almost forget what it's all about. Firstly, if we look up top up here, we've got a lot of instruments. I've got water temperature, tachometer, and oil pressure. Over here, hidden away, is the racing driver's bugbear, and that is the telltale system for the tachometer. They can press the button here and the tacho reads out how many revs we've been using. So even though we come in and we tell our pit guys, oh no, I never went over 7,400 revs, they press the button and say, hey, you pulled 7.9, where was that? And they can find out. Okay, down here, well, I have a communication button here on the gear stick. Now, seating position is one which a lot of people don't take much care of, but it matters as much, if not more, for a racing car than it does to a car on the road. Now, in a car like this, I've got a good footrest there, and that means I can brace myself, particularly going through a corner. I've got a seat which I've personally designed, this one, to hold me very, very tight and to give my maximum support, because fatigue is a very important issue, and stability of your body. You don't want to be holding onto the steering wheel. In fact, you never should be doing that. You really should be sitting back there, comfortable in the seat, and letting the seat hold you. Arms, well, I'm actually sitting a little bit closer in this car than what I would normally in my road car. I can, as you can see, if you just sort of take a test like that, my arm can droop over the top of that steering wheel. That's because that'll now give me the leverage to reef that car through the corner, to really have to lean it through a corner, because I've got big fat tyres, a lot of caster and camber on the front suspension, and I need this angle to be the best possible mechanical leverage for my body to be able to operate it. So then we have things like normal clutch, brake, accelerator. Now you can see, for instance, on the brake and clutch pedals, I have some sandpaper glued onto those so that it absolutely grips on rubber. It's fantastic, because you obviously don't want your foot to slip off at the psychological moment, particularly on a brake pedal where something like that, or slipping off worse onto the accelerator pedal, would be disastrous. So it's really very, very grippy. And it's very nicely set up for heeling and towing like that coming into a corner. Now here I have a brake adjustment bar. Now it's just a little knob here, it doesn't look too much, but if I adjust that to the right, that gives me more braking effort to the front wheels. If I go to the left, it gives more to the rear. Now what happens during a race, I'll start off with 120 litres of fuel in the back. That means I can put on far more rear brake than normally. I can really have a fair bit on, maybe 2 or 3 turns extra on the rear. Now that saves my front brakes and gives me pretty good balance, and stops the front wheels locking up. Next to it is the master switch. I have fuel switches here. I have reserve systems in case the normal pump fails. I can go to reserve system. The normal main pump is there, but I have a total duplicate system I can run on. Ignition's on here, starter button there, blinker knob, normal stuff. I have my radio communication system. I have a plug which plugs into this little jack system here, which also hooks me up with the race cam and hooks me up with the pit communication system. Well, that's the office. Pretty ugly, but very, very effective.
Certainly is very, very effective. Brocky going for number 10 today, and we wish him all the best. He's going to find it very hot work. In the office, we're expecting a top temperature of 24 degrees, and it is very warm here at Bathurst, but that's not stopping a wonderful atmosphere building up. Huge crowds starting to gather. We're expecting a crowd in excess of 40,000 here today. Already they're being entertained. This is the band of the 2nd Military District, and they are one of the best bands in this country. They've been to the Entertainment Centre, the Sydney Harbour Bridge. They've performed at grand finals just about everywhere, and the people are enjoying them. There's plenty of action too about to happen down on the track. Let's go trackside. Here's Gary.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Yes, you're not wrong there. We were talking about the importance of pit stops earlier. Well, we decided that we were going to put some of the pit crews to the test. Prima Holidays have put up $10,000, winner take all, to find out who is the quickest pit crew. We held some run-off heats. We've come up with a top 4. Colin Bond in car 8, Dick Johnson in his spare car, car 19, car 16, Win Percy, and car 25, Tony Longhurst, are the 4 semi-finalists. Now, we're going to have a run-off, the fastest against the 3rd quickest, 2nd fastest against the 4th quickest. The 2 losers get out, and the 2 winners then run off against each other for the 10,000 winner-take-all, courtesy of Prima Holidays. They're just getting set up here along the pit row at the present time. The drivers are standing by Colin Bond, looking on anxiously. Of course, they've got a few other things on their mind today, as you might well imagine, but dollars are dollars. And I mean, you can come to Mount Panorama, as we said earlier, for years and years and never win the race and never take home the cash. But this is one way to help pad out the budget. 10,000 here from Prima Holidays would be very nice. Thank you very much. Just taking them a little while to get organised here. The crowd still being entertained on Pitt Straight as we speak, and a really tremendous atmosphere. It's one of the biggest crowds I've seen at Mount Panorama in recent years, certainly in the last 5 or 6 years, and the gates just down the road towards the city of Bathurst here are jam-packed with people trying to get into the circuit. I would think that there'll be people still trying to fight their way in here when the flag falls for the start of the race at 10 o'clock. And what a marvellous race, Mike Raymond, we're going to have.
I believe so, Gary. I know it's fairly noisy down there. It's going to get even noisier shortly with this Prima Holidays pit stop competition. I was quite surprised that a number of teams wanted to participate, seeing that they've finished their morning warm-up, and a few of the drivers are somewhat concerned about burning out clutches. But Dickie Johnson in the Shell Sierra, of course Colin Bond, former race winner here in the Caltech Sierra, And then, of course, we have Tony Longhurst in the B&H BMW and Win Percy Alan Grice in the number 16 Commodore. Should be quite exciting. And $10,000, I'm sure the crews will be looking forward to splitting that up tonight.
Yes, it'll buy a few drinks, Michael. I should explain briefly what's going to happen here. The two cars where I'm standing at the moment, firstly, Colin Bond and Dick Johnson, they're going to take off only about 10 metres, then they will stop where the air bottles and the spare tyres and wheels are set up. They'll slam on the brakes. When they come to a halt, that's when the clock will start running. The air jacks will go up, the wheels will come off, the new wheels will go on, down go the cars, and blat, they will run then 20 metres to the finish line. The clocks will stop. And as I said, the slower of the two cars will then be eliminated. We'll then have Win Percy against Tony Longhurst, and the winner there will meet the winner of this first heat. Now, getting ready for some action here on the pit now. They've just pushed Dick Johnson's car up into place to make sure they've got all the equipment set and ready to go. Running a fraction behind schedule. But once they start moving, boy, you'll see plenty of smoke and fire and brimstone. Although, as you said, with the big race to come to start at 10 o'clock today, they certainly won't want to do any damage to their cars. And I think it's a credit, again, to Dick Johnson and for the team managers that they're prepared on the morning of the race, with such an important event coming up very shortly, to come out here and be part of the action, part of the spectacular that keeps the crowds entertained along the pit straight here at Mount Panorama for the great race, the Tooheys 1000. Just rolling Dick's car back. They just ran it up to mark on the circuit with chalk exactly where they want the car to stop. They don't want to overshoot, not even by a couple of inches, because all of that takes time. That's what makes pit stops so critical throughout the race, of course. And as we mentioned, if this forecast cool change does turn up later in the afternoon and cars have to come in, and a lot of them have to come in at the one time, the pits will be an absolutely frantic place to be as the tyres are changed from slicks to wet weather tyres. We'll see if that happens as the day progresses. All right, getting down to it now. Prima Holidays, $10,000 pit stop grand final. The first semi-final thereof. Colin Bond about to get into the number 8 Sierra. So we've got Sierra versus Sierra for this first heat. Bond versus Johnson. The second heat will be Commodore versus BMW. Win Percy against Tony. I just might step out of the way here a minute. I don't want to get knocked over, because even if it is partly in fun, they do scorch rubber when they get into these competitions. Once the green light or the green flag drops, all they see is the dollar signs.
Not too far off it now, Gary, with Dickie Johnson firing up and Colin Bond. They will run 10 metres in. The stopwatch will begin as soon as the air hose is connected, and then it's the race for another 15 metres, the checkered flag. Okay, here they come. Johnson on. He is first one in. Timer starts now. Johnson up quickly. Little problem trying to get the front wheel off on Johnson's car. Bond going comfortably there. Gee, there's not much between it. They're about ready to... Johnson waving the people off. Both almost identical here. Let's see which one drops. It's Johnson. And Johnson lights up the tyres and he gets across the line. Whoa! 22.08 seconds to Dick Johnson. And 23.91 to Colin Bond. So Johnson transfers to the final. I think Johnson will be happy. I tell you what, he lit up the tyres on that one, Gazza.
He certainly did. He's reversing up the grid. I've got to chase him, strike a light. Hey, Dickie, you won the jump, but I think you had a bit of trouble with one wheel there for a while. I thought Bondi was going to overhaul you.
Yeah, well, I'll have to get their act together for the next one, won't I?
You think you'll get the money?
I hope so. We're looking for any bit of money we can find today.
Well, if it comes down to a final between Tony and yourself, you'll be able to spend the money on the boats.
I'll have to, won't I?
All right, good luck, mate. We'll let Dick get out of the way because the other two cars are just about ready to move up and take their place on the starting grid for the Prima pit stop finale. Poor old Bondi blew the start badly, missed the jump, and that gave Dick all the advantage that he needed, even though they were a bit slow getting one wheel off and back on again. The head start that he had on Colin Bond was enough to give Dick Johnson victory in the first heat of the Prima Holidays pit stop competition. The other two cars about to move up, Win Percy in the number 16 Holden Team Commodore, and Tony Longhurst in car 25, the B&H BMW from Norwell up in Queensland. This will be an interesting stop. Two Sierras involved in the first heat. We've got two totally different cars here, although the basics, of course, of the pit stop are the same. And two of the best drilled crews in motorsport at the moment, from the Holden team and from the BMW team. Of course, Frank Gardner, who runs the BMW operation, doesn't stand for any nonsense. They got, as I said, the best drilled crew, I think, in the business. Win Percy on the start line. Big smile on his face. Looking pretty confident, Win.
Yeah, I'm smiling today, I don't know why.
Well, you might get the money, then you'll be smiling.
Well, our luck has changed so much over the last 24 hours with the car, so we're all happy.
Okay, we'll let you get to it. Just about set to go. Crew's finalising arrangements here at the pit stop area. And I'll just duck over and get a word with Tony around the other side of the car. Left-hand drive, the BMW. How you doing, Tone?
Good, Gary. Cruising along.
Feeling pretty sanguine about events, are you?
Sorry?
Feeling pretty happy about things?
Yeah, it's been great. The car's been good. We've had a great week. We've got a good race set up, so we'll see if we can win this one and then get stuck into the Tooheys 1000.
Get stuck into the Tooheys?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, mate, I've got a few hours of driving to do before then.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard for us. We've got a car that's not too fast on the straights, and we're really going to have to work it hard all day. We've got a good team, Benson Hedges, Yokohama, Castrol have supported us strongly all year, and hopefully we can bring it home for them today.
Okay, best of luck here in the runoff against Win Percy. Maybe we'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
Tony Longhurst, the 25 BMW, Mike, and just getting the pit area marked up for them. Takes a little bit of organisation. You can understand now just how critical it is in pit lane when all the cars are screaming in and out at the one time, how critical the timing and the organisation is. Fresh bottles being set there, the tyres on standby, ready to go on the cars. The crews, again with the chalk, just marking up the positions that they want the cars to stop. Final instructions being issued, just a moment or two now, and we'll have things underway.
I think
the great race, the Tooheys 1000. What a day!
Just thinking, Gary, the reason it's taken a little time is, of course, everyone wants to use their own crews and their own air gun. CIG been very supportive of the pit stop competition. And I think we're in place now with Tony Longhurst, number 20, the BMW, and Win Percy, number 16, the Telecom Mobile Net Holden Racing Team entry. And we await the green flag for them to come. We'll time them for you. Johnson is already positioned for the runoff. $10,000 going to the winning team here. I was quite surprised, really, that Tony was prepared to run the pit stop competition this morning. They're a bit concerned about their clutches, but quite obviously Dick Johnson wasn't, the way he lit up the tyres there when he took off. And I would expect almost a repeat from Win Percy.
I do notice that Longhurst's in his teammate's car and Dick was in his teammate's car.
Okay, they're set. Here we go. Heat number 2 now. They're off. Percy, they pull up almost identically. Both stopwatches going here. Holden Racing Team. Gee whiz, I tell you what, the B&H boys are working smoothly over on the other side. Penn going back in. Yeah, Longhurst is ready to go, so too is Percy. And I think Longhurst has won this one, but look at Percy light up the tyres as he gets off the line. We'll have the time for you.
Longhurst there with a 19.59.
And Percy trailing behind there with a 21.12, so Longhurst clearly the winner there.
Well, at this stage, it looks like the two Queenslanders to run off. Yep. Tony Longhurst and Dickie Johnson for $10,000 here in the pit stop competition. Well, they'll take a couple of moments to prepare the cars, the two to run off, Tony Longhurst and, of course, Dick Johnson. We'll take a break, and when we return, you'll have the $10,000 final.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. We're about to get underway in the Prima Holidays Pit Stop Grand Final between the two Queenslanders, Dick Johnson and Tony Longhurst, waiting for the green flag to go up. The crews are ready, Mike Raymond. This will be spectacular.
Should be, Gary. Keeping in mind the time starts when the car stops. So it doesn't matter how slow they are in. Both stopwatches start now. Front wheels off Johnson's car. Frank Gardner's boys with the BMW doing very well as well. Johnson waving photographers out of the way. Huge crowd here on the front straight. Johnson's ready to go. Both of them are. And Longhurst gets out smartly, followed by Johnson.
Whoa!
20.68.
Oh, boy, what a great effort.
20.68 to Tony Longhurst.
See if we can get Tony on the run as he backs up. Not a bad effort. Prima Holidays check for $10,000. Tony Longhurst from Prima Holidays, $10,000. Why, gee.
Gee, that's good for the boys, isn't it? What an effort.
You going to split that up with the crew, are you?
Oh, certainly. You know, they've worked very hard all year, and it's a credit to them. That's what we need in the race, 3 good stops.
Well, I thought for a minute there that Johnson's boys, they had the car up quicker and seemed to have the wheels off quicker, but I had a bit of trouble getting them on.
No, well, it's a team effort up here. It doesn't matter what you're doing, whether it's driving the car or in a pit stop. You've got to do everything spot on, and our guys have trained very hard, and I'd like to thank them.
Okay, courtesy of Prima Holidays, accept the 10 grand, and I hope that the boys enjoy it. Great effort.
Thank you very much to Prima.
Tony Longhurst there, winner of the Prima Holidays pit stop competition. Let's go back now to Sandy Roberts.
Right, thank you, Gary. Yes, our first winner on the mountain today, BMW and Tony Longhurst. Well, this is my first trip to the mountain, but really Bathurst is quite unique. It brings together a group of dedicated people, from the small 2-man teams battling for sponsorship and a start, to the large company teams with money and cars to burn. For the big boys, whose teams can often consist of more than 30 people, plus of course millions of dollars worth of equipment, life can be a logistical nightmare. Gary Wilkinson found out that from getting them from A to B and keeping everybody happy is certainly no easy task.
Win, lose or draw, mounting a full-blooded Bathurst campaign is a big bucks exercise in logistics. Dick Johnson's Shell team is a prime example of the technology, the manpower and the almost military precision that's required in this age of motor racing professionalism. It took some doing, but we managed to get most of the Shell team to stand still in one place long enough to show you the scope of the operation. In addition to the workshops at Acacia Ridge in Brisbane, the Shell team runs up to a dozen vehicles, 30 people, several tons of spares, and in money terms, for a full season, a couple of $1 million. The man in charge of this small army is team manager Neil Lowe.
It is a business, and that's where we see the big difference now. It's a business, not a sport. And be it right or be it wrong, it has to be run like a business, for sure.
Let's take a closer look at the hardware. 3 Ford Sierra race cars valued at $250,000 each, plus a show car, just $80,000. Oh, 8 spare engines, $35,000 each, 5 transmissions, $15,000 each, 50 wheels at $1,500 a pop, tyres to go on them, 160 of those worth around $70,000, plus a dozen sets of disc brakes, 50 sets of brake pads, and you won't get far without fuel. Just for Bathurst, 3,500 litres. And don't forget the transporters to get all of that gear to Mount Panorama, 3 of them at $150,000 each. A half a dozen other vehicles to transport the people, and it takes a couple of houses, a block of motel units and a trackside bunkhouse to accommodate them. But who are they? On the frontline troops, of course, are the drivers. The pairings for the 3-car assault on the Tooheys 1000, Dick Johnson and John Bower, Terry Shield with New Zealander Paul Radisich, and the young all-Kiwi combination of Kane Scott and Greg Taylor. Behind the drivers, there are 2 engine builders, 2 lead mechanics, 2 specialists each for tyres and electrics, a transmission expert, a fabricator, a bodybuilder, and a man each for radio, fuel and spares. And all of them can double as pit crew. And we're not finished yet. There's a PR man, 3 people to handle merchandising, and 3 timekeepers headed by Dick's wife, Jill. And as we've seen, there's a team manager. He's the man who calls the shots, who hires and fires, and who does all the worrying. All of these people, plus assorted visitors, have to be fed breakfast, lunch and dinner for a week. And that is a labour of love for Bob Gaydon, in real life the president of the Welded Tube Company, the American subsidiary of Johnson's longtime backer, Palmer Tube Mills.
This is just terrific. I need this break as much as I need a holiday, so my wife says that I'm crazy, but believe me, this is a mental breakdown and it's terrific.
Like Bob, many of the Bathurst crew are volunteers. Just as well, because the annual payroll for the 12 full-time team members leaves little change out of $500,000. It would all be financially impossible without Shell and other sponsorships. Prize money, even a potential $100,000 for the double of pole position and a win here at Bathurst, is a drop in the bucket. But then, to win here, most drivers would gladly forego the money and a whole lot more.
Wilco, if you could guarantee me that I could win this race,
I would give you anything that I got. Well, maybe not the boat, but almost anything, you know.
Yes, I don't think even Gary Wilkinson can guarantee, Dick, that he is going to win the race. Since Gary recorded that, of course, there have been a number of changes. In the 17 car, Johnson and Bow. In the 18 car, Radisich and Shield. And 19 is Scott and Taylor. But good luck to the Shell Sierra team in season 1991. There's some tremendous entertainment, great atmosphere building here at the mountain, and we've got the marching music makers out on the track at the moment. The Golden Sounds from the Golden Kangaroos. They were founded in 1970 by their present director, their director of music, who's Victor Grieve, and they're just 12 young players, but all very, very talented. Since that first number of 12, as you can see, they've grown steadily, and their current membership stands at around 250, so they're very, very popular, and they are also very, very talented. They were silver medalists at the World Music Festival just 2 years ago in 1989. That festival, incidentally, is held every 4 years. But let's have a look and a listen to the marching music makers.
Some very, very young performers here, Sandy Roberts, but by gee, to their credit, they're unfazed by the big occasion, aren't they?
Actually, Gary, you mentioned credit. Their list of credits after being formed in 1970 is quite extraordinary. They've performed in Japan at Nagoya. They've been at the International Festival on 3 occasions, 1984, 87 and 89. That was in Tokyo. They've been fortunate enough to go to Disneyland. That was in 87 and 89, Los Angeles as well, and celebrated the 10th anniversary of the Sydney Opera House. So they've had a fantastic career, short as it may be at the moment.
Always amazes me how they manage to fit in schoolwork and all that other kind of ordinary stuff in
Perhaps
between.
some of them don't. Well, it's all part of the atmosphere, Gary, here, isn't it, at the mountain? As I said, my first time up here. Very, very exciting, isn't it?
It is fantastic. I mean, there's no other place that I've ever been that's like it. The track has an aura all of its own, and on race day morning, as you know, you don't sleep, you get up full of nerves, and it captures you from the moment you get here, and it doesn't let go ever.
Well, time is ticking away. The favourite, incidentally, for this year's great race is the Nissan GTR, if you may have just joined us, of Jim Richards and Mark Scaife. Gentleman Jim has hit form at the right time and is driving better than ever.
Gentleman Kiwi Jim Richards first shot to prominence in the 70s with a Ford Mustang sports sedan. In 1978, 79 and 80, he teamed with Peter Brock in the Marlborough Holden dealer team, picking up hat-trick victories at Bathurst. In 1985, when Group A was introduced, Jim won his first Australian Touring Car Championship in the BMW 635. 2 years later, he backed up with another victory in the nimble BMW M3. The 1989 season brought about a change. Richards went to Nissan, and in 1990 the move paid off. He claimed his third touring car crown after a year-long struggle against the Sierras. This year, Richards was the right man in the right car at the right time. In the impressive four-wheel drive GTR, Jim crushed the opposition to earn title number 4.
Today, he wants to achieve his ultimate goal, win the Tooheys 1000 and give Nissan their first ever win.
And if you may have just joined us, then welcome to the mountain. Grice, Percy, Brock, Bond, Johnson and Perkins, all household names. But these household names make up only a very small portion of the field for Bathurst. Youngsters who grew up idolising these drivers are now sharing the grid with them. New and old, the great race is littered with characters, as Tim Wharton discovered.
The great thing about the great race is the variety of competitors it attracts each year, and no one has been attracted more often than Bob Holden. He's competed in 26 out of the 28 Bathurst events since the race first transferred here from Phillip Island in 1963. In all that time, he's won just once, in 1966 when he teamed up with Finland's Renault Aaltonen in a Morris Cooper S.
All over bar the shouting, and in Champagne too. Apart from the fat cheque and a laurel wreath, there's a welcome kiss from Miss Gallagher for each class winner. At this stage, a thought for local champ Bob Holden, who shared that lap average, and the pit crew and engineers, the backroom boys who kept her going.
25 years later, the pair have teamed up again, this time in a Toyota Corolla, and Bob's hoping some of the magic from 66 will reappear in 91.
I'd like to think so, but you know it is, this sort of a race, you never pick what's going to happen. If you do, you have yourself on.
At 58, Bob is also the oldest competitor in today's race. But what he loses with age, he's confident he can make up with experience.
Well, we'd like to think so. It might make us get to the end a bit, or more sure of getting to the end. But then again, you can't tell. It might be the fact we're a bit older, it might be a bit slow, you see. So.
At the opposite end of the spectrum, Brett Peters is making his first appearance in the Tooheys 1000. Usually seen competing in the open wheel class of Formula Ford, he's making his Group A debut, teaming up with Kevin Waldock in the Playscape Racing Ford Sierra. With so much to get used to and so little time, Brett isn't making any big promises. He just wants to be there at the finish.
I don't think you can be expected to just jump in one and go, no matter what you've done in open wheelers. So if you do the right thing and keep it all nice and tidy and the teams give the young guys the time, I think they'll be there.
17-year-old Brian Sala is in a similar situation. He's the youngest entrant this year. In fact, he's the youngest ever driver to compete in the race. But even though he's still driving with L plates on the highways, on the track he's a veteran, racing various classes of cars since he was 14.
Now you can hear the engine note changing with his gear shift. And the Cortina's man, he's going to do under braking under here. He's coming underneath the car. He's trying to overtake. Can he get through? Yep, he's done it.
Passing the type of car that he started driving in, the E.H. Holden.
For the Tooheys 1000, Brian has imported a race-tuned Ford Sierra, a car he's never driven before. You'd think it'd be a daunting task, but Brian is actually looking forward to the experience of taming the mountain and his new machine.
Yeah, it's going to be an experience not only for myself but for all the crew around me, because there's only about 2 or 3 guys that have been here before and they're all learning, so hopefully we'll all have a good weekend and finish the race.
Another great thing about Bathurst is that it's a real family affair. This year there are 6 father and son combinations and 2 sets of brothers, including 1 set of identical twins that will probably have the fans thinking they're seeing double.
Rick and Neil Bates have teamed up in the Mercantile Mutual Toyota dealer Team Corolla, and they have plenty of ability. Neil won Class C here with Mike Dawson in a Corolla in 1989, while Rick has been racing in various other classes for several years. Being twins, they've built up some great teamwork, and they're confident that knowledge will be a big advantage to them as they tackle the track.
We know how each other think, we trust each other's driving 100%, and being twins, we're very competitive with each other, but we also both know that we're easy on cars as well, so by the end of the day we should have a fast car that's still in good condition.
Back again after making his Bathurst debut last year is Peter Gazzard. The 29-year-old won a Group A Commodore in Alan Grice's Search for a Champion competition. Now he's teamed up with Bathurst veteran Peter Jansen, and they've both made it here with the support of the entire community of Mount Gambier in South Australia. The town has applied money and even crew members, coming to the team's aid when 3 weeks ago it looked like they were never going to make it.
Although it was only 3 weeks ago we decided we were going to run Bathurst, the guys worked night and day, and there was 3 of the mechanics didn't get any sleep for 3 days getting the car ready.
It really brings a lump to your throat because people come in with $300 and $500, the local stonemason, the man from the Pizza Hut, the cabbies, the laundryman, the Lord Mayor, everyone.
So when the Brocks, the Richards and the Johnsons are out waging war in the battle of the big boys, spare a thought for some of the battlers. After all, without them, it wouldn't really be Bathurst.
And a fantastic story there by Tim Wharton on some of the new faces going places at Mount Panorama. Well, the atmosphere continues to build here this morning. The crowd still filing in. We've had the morning warm-up. Parade of champions on the circuit at the moment, and above the circuit, this pit special made in the United States. The Tui's pits, I guess it is, for today. Peter Larson, the pilot, and performing over the top of Mount Panorama. This little unit can get up to over 300 kilometres an hour, and that gives us an opportunity now, while Peter Larson performs in the Tui's Pit Special, to take a look at the grid, how they line up from positions number 31. It's the Barrow McIntyre Sierra out of that position from 32. It's Cotter and Dulman in the BMW. 33, Jones and Emery in the Cartec Commodore. From 34, it is 34, the father and son, Golson and Golson. And from 35, Sala and Lusty, a car to watch in the Tyre Town Sierra.
36, Hendrick and Landon with their Commodore. 37, Tyndall and Stewart with another Commodore. And 38, another Commodore of Donaher and Donaher. 39, there is the full Morris, the first of the little Corollas in Class C, and 40, Sharp and Salvector.
From position 41, the guys we just saw, Bates and Bates in the Mercantile Corolla. From 42, car 71, Ronnie Searle and Don Griffiths in another Corolla. 43, car 72, Sala and Stratton. From position 44, car 74, Bahayan and Vernon in yet another Corolla. And surprise, surprise, 45, car 76, another Corolla of Conway and Gardner.
Starting out of 46, car 75, the Wright Dunford Corolla. 47 is 73, Bob Holden and Rano Altonen. And rounding out the 48, car number 77, Forshaw and Vorst.
So there we are. Well, it's been 7 years since Larry Perkins has tasted victory on the mountain. That win in 1984 completed a unique treble for him as the backup for Peter Brock. After stealing defeat from the jaws of victory last year, Larry is again ready to greet the checkered flag.
Larry Perkins has been all the way to the top of international motorsport. He contested 14 Formula One Grand Prix races in 1976 and 77. After his European stint, he made his Bathurst debut in 1977 with Peter Jansen, finishing third and setting up a remarkable finishing record. For the following 2 years, Perkins and Jansen ran second. Then in 1982, Larry teamed with Peter Brock to set up a mountain hat-trick. Last year, Larry was the underdog and very nearly upset the fancied teams. Together with Thomas Mazira, he ran at or close to the lead until he was caught in the pits during a brake pad change. They ultimately finished third. This year, the old firm is back together, Brock, Perkins and Holden, and recent outings suggest the combination is right on the pace.
Yes, welcome back. Some great entertainment as a build-up to this year's Bathurst. At the moment, it's a big few minutes for some of the great champions of the sport, past and present, because we're seeing a parade of champions around the mountain, and it's their moment of glory being relived once again. But I just want to tackle Gary Wilkinson while we look at these champions, because last night Gary diligently sat down with Richard Hay and came to a decision as to who is going to win this race and why, and he's now going to share it with us all.
Well, no, New South Wales Sports have a betting trifecta on the event, so Richard and I thought we'd have a little dabble, and you're a mug if you leave out the Nissan car, so we've taken it as the standout to win the race from cars 5, 10 and 16, that's Brock, O'Brien and Percy to run second, and a whole bunch, almost all of the others, to run third. But being a mug punter, I've also taken a couple of left field combinations in which I've left the Nissans out altogether, hoping for a big div.
So there you have it, folks. Well, in the 29 years we've seen these great champions tackle the mountain, this race has seen just one fatality. Nothing could have saved the driver, unfortunately, on that tragic occasion. But the fact it remains an isolated incident is testimony to the efficiency and dedication of the safety officers involved with the great race. From patching up people to patching up motor cars, this event takes every precaution possible.
As horrific as they are, crashes are among the perils drivers learn to accept.
But there is one nightmare nobody wishes to confront: the explosive cocktail of high-octane fuel and high-speed impact is frightening.
If a car is involved in a fire, the rescue fire crews have literally seconds to get that fire out and save the driver's life.
Emergency teams at Bathurst spend months preparing for those few precious seconds. Working in pairs, one extinguishes the flames with a dry chemical spray and the second group mops up with a foam extinguisher.
It's important that they approach the fire from the correct direction. They want to fight that fire with the wind at their back. By so doing, when they're discharging their dry chemical powder, the powder's going away from them and it allows them good vision of the fire.
Dousing the fire is one thing, freeing the driver may be another altogether. Getting past the twisted metal to an injured man inside is again a race against time, and subtlety is not an issue. These jaws have a 29-tonne cutting force. They can cut, or if needed, tear apart a car in a matter of seconds.
They want to create as much space as possible around that driver so that the medical teams can provide invasive life support if they think that's necessary.
A fleet of ambulances and medical teams are on hand the whole time, and they're backed by a trackside hospital run by Dr. Michael Goss, brother of two-time Bathurst winner John.
We have a number of intervention vehicles positioned around the circuit, stationed on standby throughout the day while the practice and racing sessions are in progress.
The trackside hospital itself is state-of-the-art. It's not where you'd carry out major surgery, but the time spent here can mean the difference between life and death.
The medical centre is equipped along the lines that you might find in the receiving room in a general hospital.
OK, so we've fixed the fire and we've saved the driver. But the most remarkable rescues at Bathurst have concerned the cars themselves. Some of the restorations performed in these sheds have been nothing short of miraculous. Anyone who saw Dick Johnson go bush trekking in 1983 would have been stunned to know he walked away unhurt and staggered by the fact he had a car to drive the next morning. So rushed was the job, the paint was still wet when Dick arrived at the start line.
You remember when Evan Green was doing the commentary, he got paint all over his suit from leaning up against the sign writing. But 3 laps later it was air dried, so it didn't matter.
This miracle shop is run by Tony Warriner and staffed by 20 third-year apprentices, volunteers from TAFE colleges around the state. Thanks to the NRMA, this is the first year they've even had a building to house them. In the past, they've camped in tents. On Thursday, Kane Scott's bumpy exit from the cutting had the TAFE team in action again, beginning a job which would last until the early hours of Friday morning. They straightened the chassis and rebuilt the car in time for the next day's practice. And, says Warriner, there's no job they won't at least attempt.
There's no such word as can't.
OK, how much before you don't think you can fix them in time for the start?
It's up to the team manager of the team whether or not he wants us to have a go. If we're ready to have a go if they want to have a go. They've got to provide all the bits. If they can supply the bits and pieces for us, we think we're good enough to build it.
Yes, good to see some of the unsung heroes getting some recognition. Well, like a number of high-profile sports, motor racing sadly has been hit by tough times. From the mini privateers to the big boys, no one has been exempt. This year, a number of old faces are missing. In their place, hopeful first-timers. But there is still a hardcore group who, after years, continue to make the annual trek to the mountain.
Over the years, their faces and names have become synonymous with Bathurst. Like metal to a magnet, each year they're drawn back to the mountain. 49-year-old Colin Bond's first moment of glory was back in 1969. 23 years on, and Bond still gets fired up about the great race.
When I was younger, you'd come and race everybody. Now we try and do a little bit more with the head, I think.
And you'll keep coming back, Colin?
I might come back one more time.
Former driver and now Nissan team boss Fred Gibson has seen the face of the race change over the years. Success now is determined by technology. A winner in 1967, Gibson then had a crew of 5. His team now numbers 30.
I was probably pretty young then and doing all the driving for Harry, and I said the car wasn't going too well in the straight, and what we don't do about it. And Harry went and got a little dilly bag out of his back of his truck and brought it out and sort of did some minor adjusting to the tablets in the engine, and the car was fine. Like these days, you can't even find the tablets. So like, now from where we were in 67 and now, it's the miles of difference, I can tell you that.
2 men have dominated the great race over the past 2 decades. Peter Brock has won 9 times and Alan Moffat 4. Mount Panorama is like a second home to Brock, and he wouldn't miss it for the world.
I think it's a challenge for a driver. It remains one of the great challenges to get that perfect lap together. I don't know if I've ever done a perfect lap around it, to be honest.
Alan Moffat opened the 70s with 3 wins in 4 years. Now managing his own team, the challenge of Bathurst is as great as ever.
This is no chicken run. It never was, and it never will be. They can resurface it, they can put up the guardrails, they can put up the fences, they can make it safer. But this is really a very hard circuit. When Jackie Hicks came here and co-drove with me in '77, he said it's a mini Nürburgring, and any aficionado will tell you and knows that the long Nürburgring circuit was certainly no chicken run. And Bathurst is really, it's appealing in that respect, it's awesome in that respect, and it's quite cruel.
Bond, Brock, Gibson and Moffat, 4 legends of the sport and 4 legends on the mountain. And it's a fair bet they'll have a big say in the result this year.
Yes, to the old and the new, we wish them all the very best of luck. But the big question around the mountain this week has been who can beat the Nissans. One team that may just have a quiet wager on themselves is the Benson & Hedges BMW team. Well, trust him, Gary Wilkinson won the toss and journeyed to one of Australia's favourite playgrounds to find out just what makes the Bimmer team tick.
The glossy brochures and the slick tourist videos will tell you life on the Gold Coast is supposed to be all fun in the sun and sophisticated nightlife. But for the Benson & Hedges BMW race team, tucked away in the cane fields at Norwell on the northern end of the coast, it's all business. Well, most of the time. Fact is, the Queensland lifestyle fits Tony Longhurst and Alan Jones like a glove. AJ has his own island hideaway just a short par 3 from downtown Surfers Paradise, while Tony lives by the Coomera River, a long iron across the water from the fabulous Sanctuary Cove Resort. But away from the track, the real passion is for family and for fun on the water. When the pressure is off, it doesn't take much persuasion from 6-year-old Mitch to get Tony, wife Karen and new baby Jessica out on the boat and the jet ski for the day. Great place to get away from it all, isn't it? But even out here, you know, there are some people you just cannot shake off your tail. The fierce on-track rivalry between Longhurst and Dick Johnson has been well documented, but their personal relationship has mellowed over the years and they're now frequent boating buddies. And Alan Jones, well, he's got nothing to prove these days, and wherever there's a good time to be had, that's where you'll find him.
I believe in having a good time. I think you're here for a good time, not a long time, and life is what you make it, and I think you should try and enjoy yourself as much as you possibly can. You know, I think there's a time to play and a time to work, and I try and do both fairly hard. I am looking forward to Bathurst. I think that the BMW and Tony, this is probably my best chance to win ever. And it's certainly a race I'd like to win very much. And even though we had our fair share of troubles at Sandown, we still managed to finish second. And I think we'll probably alleviate most of the ones we did have at Sandown, and hopefully we don't find any new ones. And as I say, I think this will be my best chance for Bathurst.
But back to business and back to Norwell, where Longhurst and team manager Frank Gardner run a unique operation. The purpose-built complex incorporates their race team headquarters and Australia's most acclaimed performance driving centre. Experts like former Bathurst-winning partner Thomas Mazera put the learn-again drivers through their paces, and often as not, you'll find Frank or Tony in the instructor's seat ramming home the Gardner drive to survive philosophy. And where the race team is concerned, the philosophy is simple. Look the goods and produce the goods. Only the B&H cars prevented a clean sweep by the Nissan Mean Machine in the Touring Car Championship this year, with Longhurst producing breathtaking drives to snatch the flag at Amaroo and at Lakeside Take 2, while Jones capped a consistent season with second-placed finishes in the last 2 rounds and in the Sandown Enduro. BMWs have challenged the Bathurst Mountain before, with a sometimes spectacular lack of success, which still haunts Gardner as they prepare for this year's race.
Well, we've had it shot to bits a few times, and I think best of drivers, I can remember the Jimmy Russell, George Fury saga. We had we'd made our pit stop and we were looking at the Jaguars of Walkinshaw, and we thought, well, they just spend too much time in the pit, the race is ours. 2 of the best car-controlled men in the business both slipped off into the one ditch hitting each other. So it does play in your mind a little bit, because I did say, goodness me, when somebody came on the radio and said, you've just lost 2 motor cars.
Gardner and Longhurst have been encouraged not only by their own results this season, but by the exploits of the mighty 3 Series machines in Europe. On all fronts, the BMWs have again proved the strength and reliability of their German engineering. Both Longhurst cars have come through the season so far without a failure to finish, a big plus coming to Bathurst, along with the time that they're going to save on their rivals with fewer, quicker pit stops.
Pit stops will win the race. If the Nissan can run all day without having any hiccups and perfect pit stops, they'll win the race. The Sierras, same. If they can have a perfect run and the Nissan falters, they'll be there. Same with the Commodores. But our strong point, if anyone's in the pits for more than 30-35 seconds, we're catching back up again.
Also a plus are the driver pairings for the great race. Longhurst and Jones together in the strongest possible combination, while the Kiwi veteran Denny Hulme partners the long-time production car frontrunner Peter Fitzgerald.
No, to be a brave man to stand up and say you can win Bathurst. We certainly have the team and the product to feature at Bathurst, and it would not come as a surprise at the end of the day to say, well, there we are up on the dais, but it'd be a very pleasant surprise. It's not something I am going there and they're going to be unbelievably disappointed, because it is a bonus if you do appear there in the right place at the end of the day.
The Tooheys 1000 has been a priority for months now, although work is also well advanced on a third car to join the team next year, driven by Formula 4 Days Paul Morris, yet another young driver to catch the eye of Frank Gardner. The pace might be a little slower in Queensland, but Frank and Tony know what it takes to be on the pace and to win at Mount Panorama. And with the Benson & Hedges BMWs, they're confident they've got what it takes to do it again.
And they'll be on their way very soon. Well, 11 years after taking the Formula 1 crown, Alan Jones, as we just saw, is still going strong. Teaming now with Tony Longhurst, no one would be surprised to see Jones have his first success on the mountain.
Alan Jones left our shores early in his racing career to become a big fish in a big ocean, and he succeeded. World Formula 1 champion in 1980, AJ drove in 116 Grand Prix races and always gave 110%. He's driven everything from Formula 1 to Indianapolis and sporty cars. Now he's a regular on the domestic touring car scene. In 84 he finished 4th here in a Commodore and 3rd with Colin Bond in 88. The fast and aggressive Jones has always been a pace setter. This year he's back with the Longhurst Gardner B&H team, now BMW mounted after discarding their unreliable Sierras. All season the M3 has amazed motorsport fans with its speed and durability, a key factor in the Jones winning strategy at Mount Panorama today.
And welcome back to the mountain. They're coming from everywhere for the great race today, and that gentleman making a successful landing and no doubt taking his spot. Let's now take a look at the entire field. Here's Mike.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Jim Richards and Mark Scaife hold pole position for the great race. Mark Gibbs and Rowan Onslow sharing the GIO Nissan. From 3 it's car number 30. Seaton and Hansford. From position number 4, 18, John Bow and Terry Shield. And from 5, Dick Johnson and Kiwi Paul Radisich.
From 6, Peter Perfect, Peter Brock and Andy Miedeke. From 7, Price and Walden with the second of the Works Nissans. 8, Perkins Mazzara with the second of the Mobile cars. 9, Parsons and Park. And 10, last year's winners, Percy and Grice.
From position 11, Longhurst and Jones in the little BMW. From position 12, car 10, Brancatelli and O'Brien in the first of the Moffat Sierras. From 13, car 7, Brad Jones and Neil Crompton in the Holden Commodore. From 14, car 8, Bond and Crosby. And from position 15, Millen and Brabham in the second Moffat Sierra.
From position number 16, it's Ashby and Reed in the Lansvale Smash Repairs Commodore. 17, 15, John Smith and Morgan in the Mercantile Mutual Supra. From 18, 28, Kevin Waldock and Peters in the Playscape Sierra. From 19, 20, Peter Fitzgerald and Denny Hulme in the BMW. And 20, number 12, English and Scott in the Valvoline Sierra.
From position 21, Moore and Michel Delcourt from Belgium with their Commodore. Bolwell and Abrahams in the Sierra from position 22. 23rd, car 33, Pearson and Stewart. 24th, Finnegan and Leeds with their Commodore. And 25th, Scott and Taylor with the third of the Shell Sierras.
From position 26, car 39, O'Brien and Callaghan and the Everlast Commodore. From 27, car 6, the two Grants in the sizzling Nissan. From 28, car 13, Jansen and Gazzard in the Commodore. From position 29, car 14, Johnson and Johnson, Queensland. Position 30, car 41, Wilmington and Awadalla in the Supra.
Position 31, 44, Barrow and McIntyre in the Sierra. 32 is 52, Cotter and Dulman in the BMW. 33, car number 21, Jones and Emery in the Commodore. From 34, car 34, the father and son combo, Golson and Golson. And from 35, 50, Sala and Lusty in the Tyre Town Sierra.
From position 36, car 26, Hendrick and Lambden with their Commodore. 37th, Tyndall and Stewart with another Commodore, and 38th, yet another Commodore, Donaher and Donaher. Jeff Full's remarkable little Corolla heads the bottom class, the small engine class, with car 78 in 39th, and 40th, Sharp and Salvegta with the BMW M3.
From 41, Bates and Bates in the Mercantile Mutual Corolla. From 42, Searle and Griffiths in another Corolla. 43 is Sala and Stratton in the Corolla. 44 is Verheyen and Vernon in the Corolla. 45 is 76, Conway and Gardner.
From position 46, car 75, Wright and Dunford in Bob Holden's Corolla. From 47, car 73, Holden and Altonen in another Corolla. 48, car 77, the Forshaw Vorst Corolla.
And so there we have it, the entire field for this year's great race. And although Nissans will start a warm favourite for this year's race, Alan Grice is confident they can be beaten, and beaten by his HRT Commodore. His solution is simple. Like last year, the Holdens will just wear them down.
For sheer versatility and achievement, Alan Grice has few peers in Australian motorsport. The man they call the meanest amigo tried unsuccessfully for many years to tame Mount Panorama. Then, in 1986, it all came together. Grice spent most of the season giving the Europeans what for in their own championship, before teaming with Graham Bailey to win Bathurst in the Chickadee Commodore. Europe again beckoned, this time with a Nissan contract. But NASCAR and Oscar Racing were on the launching pad at home, and he was sold on the formula. He campaigned successfully in both classes, became the first non-American to qualify for the World 600 at Charlotte, and was toasted by the US media. Last year he accepted Win Percy's invitation to join him at Holden for the Tooheys 1000. It's history now, they cracked the jackpot. And just to prove he does possess that mountain magic, Grice also won the inaugural James Hardy 12-hour classic here in April. Grice, Percy and Holden are back together for the 91 edition Tooheys 1000, and given the general success rate at this place and this race, you'd be foolish to wager against them.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. The countdown continues to the Tooheys 1000, the great race for 1991. In fact, it'll be underway in just a little over 15 minutes from now. But right now, a very important duty. I have with me the Chief Executive Officer of the Channel 7 television network, Mr. Bob Campbell. He's got a very big cheque for Mark Scaife, the pole sitter.
Thank you, Gary. On behalf of the 7 Network and the sponsor Tooheys, Mark, congratulations on pole in a record time of 2:12.26. Good luck for today. Well done.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you.
15,000. What are you going to do with that?
Give it straight to Freddie. I think we probably need every one of them. But no, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Tooheys and the Channel 7 Network for the support of the race. And hopefully by 4 o'clock this afternoon we can take some more money off them.
Okay, good luck today. Mark Scaife, pole winner, the man that's going to be in the hot seat when the flag drops on the Tooheys 1000 in a very few minutes from now. Right now, here's Mike Raymond.
Thank you very much, Gary Wilkinson. Well, just look at the colour along Pitt Straight. We have the field lined up. I notice Alan Moffat's number 9 car sitting over there, the Synovus Vitamin Sierra. The number 4 GIO Nissan GTR to be driven today by Mark Gibbs. We have some indication of the drivers who will actually start the race. Jim Richards will start in the pole-winning Nissan. Mark Gibbs, Glenn Seaton, John Bowe, Dick Johnson, and of course 05 is Peter Brock. We've seen a fair bit on Peter so far this morning. He's getting ready for another day at the office. Drew Price will be the starting driver in the number 2 Nissan. Larry Perkins, David Parsons, Win Percy, Tony Longhurst, Charlie O'Brien, Brad Jones, Colin Bond, Gary Brabham, the starters in their respective cars. Trevor Ashby, John Smith, Kevin Waldock. Denny Holm will take the first stint in the BMW. Tony Scott, in the Sierra. Graham Moore will start in the Strathfield Car Radio Commodore. Brian Bolwell, Bruce Stewart, Terry Finnegan and Kane Scott. Bill O'Brien is also good to see back here. Bill, of course, finished 8th here last year. Wasn't credited for quite a while in finishing 8th. In fact, had to fight to regain 8th because Alan Grice passed him right on the finishing line, and everyone deduced that he didn't actually finish the race. But visually, he did. He finished at exactly the same moment as Alan Grice. So Bill's back with Brian Callahan, Senior and Junior. That's great to see. And we have a lot of familiar faces here. Let's go down to one of our pitmen, a former race winner, Johnny Harvey.
Thank you, Mike. Alan Grice, 2-time winner. In fact, winner last year. You've had a few problems during the week. How do you think you'll do it today?
Well, I think we've got a real chance. The hotter it gets, the better for us, because turbos don't like heat. We have been chasing the car, but it is 100% right. I don't believe we could get it any better for the race. If it rains, put your glasses down. The Nissans will walk in with their four-wheel drive. But if it stays hot like this and we can push them, we can run at 17s and 18s, I really think at the end of the day, we can make them pay.
You sound like you're fairly confident, Alan. You've never been one to give up. You're really going to give it everything, aren't you?
Well, as long as there's 163 laps of racing, if there's another 3 to go, another 1 to go, you're always a chance here. So we won't toss it in.
Good on you, Alan. Thanks very much and have a good day.
Thanks, John.
And over to you, Peter McKay.
We'll get to Peter in just a second. But Alan Grice, we haven't seen a great deal of Grice. He did a lot of the driving last year in the warm-up days, and when Percy sort of stood back. And this year, of course, it's a little the other way. Let's go down and meet a guy whose name is synonymous with Bathurst.
Yeah, there's nothing you can't say about Alan Moffat at the mountain, except that, Alan, you're not used to being this side of it as much these days. How's the car settling?
Well, we'll ask Charlie how the car's settling. He has to drive it, but if preparation counts for anything, they're as fine as they've ever been.
Well, Charlie O'Brien, how have you found it?
Well, it's been a pretty easy week. Nothing really has gone wrong, and touch wood, it won't go wrong. The car's the only thing I'd be happy about. I think if the car was maybe, if the race was a 12-hour race or 24-hour race, because the car feels that sound, but we've just got to keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's a bit like that, Alan. You know all about tactics in this race. You've seen a lot of favourites start here and not finish. What's your feeling on the Sierras? Everyone seems to be talking about them winning. What do you think?
Oh, well, it's easy to talk about a win, you know that, but let's just wait and see what happens in 6 hours' time.
All the best, Alan. Let's join Peter McKay now.
Thanks, John. We're talking with Kevin Waldock, one of the leading Ford privateers in the Great Race. Kevin, how many starts have you had here at Bathurst?
This is my third.
Okay, you're still a bit of a rookie. You still get the nerves?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Right now, the old butterflies are jumping.
Mate, you won. You were third at Sandown last year. You were third at Sandown this year, sixth at Bathurst last year. What are you going to get out of it this time?
Well, we really do think that we could be a top 3 finisher. We're definitely aiming for it. When the help of Queensland Tourist and Travel Corporations allowed us to do that.
Okay, mate. All the best.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mike Rain.
Thank you, Peter. The Queensland Sun Lovers Holiday Sierra. That's a mouthful. We'll be doing plenty of that during the course of the day. A tremendous scene, as I said, here at Mount Panorama at Bathurst. Good to see Alan Moffat back here. 2 Sierras. There's 2 familiar faces, Brocky and Andrew Madecki, his co-driver for the race in the Mobile 1 Commodore, car number 05. Brian Sala, the young rookie in the Tyre Town entry. Youngest starter in the race, and they've had a struggle to get here, but they've at least made the field, thanks to a lot of support from their sponsors, Tyre Town, and it's great to see some new faces here at Bathurst, because we need to develop new faces for the next era of this great race.
Yeah, Brian Sala, just 17 years old. We heard from Alan Moffat a short while ago. It's very interesting that in previous years those cars have been right at the head of the pack with the German class Niedzwitz at the wheel. Niedzwitz not here this year, and I think that will make a difference to Alan's advantage. They haven't been stressing the cars through practice. They do look very strong indeed, and if anything's going to break the Nissan at the end of 1,000 kilometres, I think Moffat's cars will be there or thereabouts.
The lovely Tooheys girls adorn the grid. Almost perfect weather conditions. It's going to be a warm one today. As Gary said a little earlier, the likelihood of a change this afternoon. But boy, that will throw all the cards up in the air, Mark.
Yes, we've had a number of races up here where the weather's changed mid-afternoon and all sorts of exciting things have happened. But it's about 24 degrees forecast maximum temperature out there, so it's good weather for motor racing. It's interesting looking down through the grid sheets. Apart from the cars we've already discussed, there's a lot of very high quality cars out there. I agree with Richard. I think the Moffat cars are looking particularly strong. And don't forget, of course, Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazzera in car 11 there, the second of the Mobile Commodores. And also Glenn Seaton's operation. The Peter Jackson Sierras have run beautifully all year. He's looking very strong throughout the week, and I'd certainly keep an eye on those cars.
Mark Gibbs, a youngster. Someone said this morning we've got an all-Kiwi front starting row with Jim Richards and Mark Gibbs. But I guess we have an all-New South Wales starting row as well with the co-drivers, with Rowan Onslow and Mark Scaife. There's Jimmy Richards, who has actually played, I guess, second fiddle in the lead-up to this, with Freddie Gibson electing to bring on Mark Scaife, run him yesterday in the top 10. Jim sat it out. But I tell you what, if they're looking for a guy to bring a car home, they have to look no further than one Jim Richards. He's been here in Victory Lane on 3 occasions.
And a very reliable driver too, very quick. In fact, talking to Win Percy, he rates Jim as one of the best touring car drivers in the world. He can hold his own against anybody.
Looks like Dulux Auto Colour Best Presented Car Award for this year's race is in fact the GIO Nissan. They've come in with the huge privateers effort, and to get the car on the front row must be very pleasing for team owner Bob Forbes, who has always had a youth policy, and it's a great reward for Bob. Jimmy looking happy. He'll be carrying one of our race cams today. So too Dick Johnson, Peter Brock, Colin Bond will have 2 specialist cameras, and we'll be able to talk to Niels on Wheels, Crompton, and of course young Bradley Jones.
This is the first time in Bathurst history we've had an all Nissan front row. Quite an historic moment, this. And Nissan have worked very hard to get here. It's been 10 years since they started their campaign for outright honours in Mount Panorama. It hasn't gone well for them over the years. And this is their best shot at victory in the Tooheys 1000.
I think this bloke would like to win one driving the car. You recall his first win came when the race was stopped on the top of the mountain. And then, of course, he was sitting in the pits when John Bowe took the car to victory a couple of years back. And I think it would cap a fairly miserable year for poor Dick Johnson. So that's the scene at the moment as we go trackside now to Gary Wilkinson.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the combined services of the Golden Kangaroos and the band of the 2nd Military District, it's now my pleasure to introduce, to perform the national anthem, Advance Australia Fair, the king of country music in Australia, James Blundell.
Australians all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds with nature's gifts. Our beauty's rich and rare. On history's page let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Now, the Minister for Sport in New South Wales, Mr. George Souris.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Australian Racing Drivers Club, Tooheys 1000 and Channel 7, it's my very great pleasure to get the 1991 Tooheys 1000 underway for today, and I'll do it in the traditional way, calling for, gentlemen, start your engines.
The Honourable George Souris giving the starting command. We're going to take a break and return on the parade lap before the start. of the 1991 Tui's 1000. And welcome back to Mount Panorama at Bathurst. We'd like to extend an invitation for you to set aside the next couple of minutes, or maybe the next 7 hours, for plenty of excitement. The fans here, of course, are being entertained on the warm-up lap. The tension you can almost cut with a knife, Gary Wilkinson.
Yes.
That's an unfair thing to do.
It was pandemonium, but unbelievable atmosphere down on pit straight there in the closing moments of preparation for this year's great race, and fighting literally through the crowd to get back to our commentary position. It is a bumper crowd. It is fantastic. It is a great day, and I think everything is set here for one of the great classics of Mount Panorama.
Well, the field coming through Mazda Corner on the warm-up lap at the moment. To our viewers across Australia on the 7 network, to every capital city and country town, the length and breadth of Australia. A big welcome to viewers watching the Tui's 1000 on TV3 Sport in New Zealand. Hello and welcome to you. And of course to viewers watching through Screen Sport in the United Kingdom, through the BBC, through ESPN, in fact throughout Europe. We hope you enjoy Australia's great race. And the cars at the moment are on Conrod Straight at Mount Panorama. A field of 48, and just on about 3 or 4 months ago, when everyone was painting a gloomy picture for the great race, suggesting that might only be 35 starters because of the recession, the drivers and teams have responded accordingly. A number of cars couldn't start because they were just too slow, but 48 cars to start. The full grid here at Mount Panorama is of course 55. Jim Richards to do the starting leg today in the number 1 Nissan GTR. Sharing the front row with him will be Mark Gibbs in the GIO Nissan. Row number 2, Glenn Seaton in the Peter Jackson Sierra and John Bow in the Shell Sierra. And the third row, Dick Johnson in the second of the Shell cars, number 17, and Peter Brock in 05, the Mobil 1 Racing Commodore. Through Caltex Chase, on the approach to the Bridgestone Bridge, here are some of the guys towards the tail of the field.
There's only 4 internationals in the race this year. Rano Altonen will be sharing the car with Bob Holden. Wyn Percy, of course, who's adopted Australia for the last 2 years but goes back to the UK at the end of the year. Michel Delcourt, the jeweller from Brussels, the Belgian, and Gianfranco Brancatelli, the rapid Italian, driving one of the Moffat Sierras.
And of course the Corollas in the baby car class towards the tail of the field. Danny Holm, Tony Longhurst coming through there. Charlie O'Brien doing the first leg in the Alan Moffat Synovus Vitamin Sierra. 2 cars from Alan. And I support what the lad said earlier, that is Alan's preparation for this race has been tremendous. The cars are set, they've been running in race trim, not qualifying trim all week. Not a problem, not a crease fender. Glenn Seaton, what a season he's enjoying. Having a little drink before the start. Jimmy Richards in the number 1 car sits there. Pictures from our pole cam that will be able to bring you beneath the cars during the pit stops.
Well, the big advantage, of course, that the Nissan people and the Brocks and the Moffats and the Seatons enjoy is the fact that when the flag drops, their script doesn't go out the window like it does with a lot less experienced and less well financially supported teams, I guess. They've got a plan and they'll stick to it right through the day, and they'll cope with whatever might go wrong.
Not too far off the start, about 10 seconds away from the 1991 great race. The 7 Network welcomes you to Bathurst. The 29th edition of the great race. They're racing off the starting line. We take chopper cam, and you can see that Mark Gibbs has absolutely stonewalled them off the start, and in fact I wouldn't be surprising to see whether Dick Johnson has been able to get up on the outside. Jim Richards missed the kick initially, but they're all through the first turn and heading up Mountain Straight now for the first time. No incidents through past the sand trap. And Mark Gibbs, the young Sydney driver, driving for Bob Forbes Racing in the GIO Nissan. There he is, out in front. Jimmy Richards back in third, and it looks like a great start from Dickie Johnson or John Bow.
Nissan Ford as they head up the mountain for the first time. A poor start from Richards, but he did get it going. Look at this, the GIO car of Gibbs Onslow. These young guys have got a lot to prove, and they would be rapt to be leading the first lap of this race.
And Glenn Seaton coming back after a tardy start, slipped from 3rd position on the grid back to about 9th, but has recovered a few places already.
You can't win this one in one lap. But Mark Gibbs is sprinting. The two Johnson Sierras, 2nd and 4th, split by Jimmy Richards. And wait for the crowd to acknowledge Peter Brock and the Holden set at the top of the mountain. Here's Richards sitting in behind Johnson.
There's the second of the Nissan GTRs, the Price Walden car. Peter Brock just ahead of him, holding up the Holden flag on the first lap around.
Coming down towards the dipper. The exit from there. Win Percy up with them. Beautiful shot from our chopper at the top of Mount Panorama as they run down towards Mazda Forest Elbow. And an incident-free start to the event as they work their way now onto Conrod Straight for the first time. One of the early ones, out car number 32, with a head gasket problem in the pits already.
Bobby Tyndall. Big disappointment for him.
Yes, they would be. That's the GIO car that's cross-entered for Gibbs and Onslow, so they haven't got another car to fall back on. But boy, if they got the pedal down in this opening lap, they've opened about 100 metres on the field as they come through Caltex Chase the first time around.
Notice one of the Moffat cars already up alongside Win Percy, and down on the brakes comes Jim Richards. Takes the number 18 car. Dick Johnson sits in behind as they strike off the first lap here at Mount Panorama. Mark Gibbs driving for Volt Forbes Racing, and the Nissan, sponsored by GIO, will lead them up Mountain Straight for the second time.
Nissan first and second, then the two Shell Team Sierras, followed by the second of the Nissan team cars.
They go beneath the Nissan bridge. What a beautiful start. Let's have a look at the Prima Holiday replay as we take our race cam with Dick Johnson. He got away very smartly behind them, and it was John Bow up on the outside who was able to slot into second place behind Gibbs, then Richards, then Johnson. That was the order off the start in the opening lap.
Head up the mountain for the second time. The two Shell Sierras holding station. Bow ahead of Johnson. And then we've got the first of the Commodores, Peter Brock and Win Percy. It's going to be a hot pace in these opening laps. The Nissans I predicted to be around the high 16s, low 17s, certainly this early in the race. And it will be up to the top Sierras and the Commodores to push these cars. As we get into the first hour or two of the race, we'll see some sort of form emerging. But certainly by their qualifying times, the Nissans are on top at the mountain in 1991.
Drew Price looks anxious to go faster in behind the Shell Team cars too, as the others at the front are getting away. Gibbs pursued hotly now by Jim Richards. Once he got past Dick Johnson's opened up quite a space.
Once again they exit Forest Elbow. Bow, Johnson, and the other Nissan, of course, trying to pass the pair of them down Conrod Straight. Absolutely flat strap there.
There we are, as we expected, the two Nissans making a break on the field. Richards has certainly closed the gap on the Gibbs Onslow car. Two Shell Sierras locked in there, the third of the works cars, as they filed into Caltex Chase.
And you can see the gap there too. About 150, 200 metres back now to the third, fourth and fifth cars. Gibbs being hauled in rapidly by Jim Richards. Richards, I think, anxious to get to the lead. Nose to tail, the next half dozen. Glenn Seaton going through. Neil Crompton, or Brad Jones rather, in the number 7 Holden dealer team car.
Well, the beauty for Jimmy Richards here is that he's got a second car to fall back on if something goes wrong with this car, so they can really use the lead car as the hare and make all the tortoises follow.
Dies for the lead now as Mark Gibbs in the GIO Nissan is passed by Jimmy Richards on the outside. Richards sneaks up, takes the lead away. Gibson will now fall in behind. They've already established quite a break over the rest of the field. The exit from Repco Corner, and they work their way now towards BP Cutting. And I would think probably Mark Gibbs is not too disappointed about that. He can sit in behind Richards, watch what he does, and he's clear of the traffic.
Drew Price has taken the 17 Shell car, moved up one slot.
Out of Tui's turn now. We work the top part of the mountain. The lurch here to the right.
Second of the works cars running conservatively all week, and I guess that's the race plan. Keep that car on the island without a scratch on it. And if something goes wrong with number one, they've got it there to fall back on. So we take race cam inside Peter Brock's Mobile Commodore. Brocky hard at work, trying to nail one of the Shell Sierras as they head down the mountain. Brock did a spectacular qualifying lap in the top 10 runoff yesterday. He's really on fire at the mountain this year.
Johnson just ahead. Peter Brock, a master at this. And as they exit Mazda corner, it doesn't require too much in the way of commentary. Just listen to that awesome V8. Thought you were travelling quickly with Brock, and then all of a sudden Glenn Seaton just blew by him. We'll stay with Brock because he has Win Percy and he is just a pass master on Mount Panorama.
Glenn Seaton, the man on the move, has cleaned up Brock at the end of the straight, now looking after one of the Shell cars. Very impressive first few laps from Glenn Seaton in the Peter Jackson Sierra. The man who's been on form all year, finished fourth in this year's Australian Touring Car Championship. The car has seemed virtually bulletproof all year.
Last lap for Jim Richards, 2:18.
Look at this as Glenn Seaton on the inside. Here he comes. Car number 30 through on the inside of Dick Johnson. He may have missed the start, as Gary pointed out. Wow, straight over the top of their track cam as they head up Mountain Straight. But whether or not Glenn is going to go after the Nissans and try and keep the pressure on them, or just sit here, but I think we have a great race developing, certainly, between Glenn Seaton, Dick Johnson, Peter Brock and Win Percy.
Well, it's interesting the Nissans are running on 218s on full tanks. Of course, those times will come down as the fuel load lightens, but the Sierra can run 218s all day. So the Sierras are in this with a big show.
Across the top of Mount Panorama, through the 2WS sweeper and down towards the dipper. Here they come.
Johnny Bow in car 18. The Shell team have been plagued by engine problems earlier in the week. They said they have found the problem. We certainly hope that's right. Continuing a run of outs they've had all year with engines in these Sierras, and they'd have fingers crossed this thing can hang together for 1,000 Ks. They do have, though, 3 cars in the Shell team this year.
Isn't this a great shot beneath the 7 Network sign with a bridge, and they come lurching down into Caltech's chase. And it's hard on the brakes. Sweep through here, the exit.
Also in the background there, Win Percy in car 16, the Holden Racing Team Commodore, moving up behind Peter Brock. So they're the first of the Commodores. And this largely Nissan and Ford Sierra opening laps.
Meantime, Jim Richards and Mark Gibbs have about half the length of the pit straight lead on this division. In fact, Jim Richards has opened up quite a gap now, and Mark Gibbs, the best part of, as they go up Mountain Straight, 250 metres. He's clearing away.
Well, I don't think that's unexpected. We thought the Nissans would certainly, in the opening hours of this race, run away. You get to prove whether or not they're kryptonite strong.
Yes, there's always a danger in the opening hour of this race to be drawn into a high-speed battle. There's always going to be guys who want to get out there and get a big gap on the rest of the field. Depends who wants to go with them. Certainly Glenn Seaton looks like that's part of the race plan, to get up there and run with the leaders the whole day.
We'll be taking some reports from Morris Parker on top of the mountain during the course of the day. Morris was telling me earlier this morning that even in the top 10 yesterday, the Nissans have certainly been setting the pace here, but maybe not with the spectators. They're all Holden lovers up there. Drew Price doing a great job in the number 2 GTR. John Bow ahead of him, Glenn Seaton closing, followed by Johnson, Brock and Win Percy. That's the order. Looked like the Johnson car there with a brake lock up. There's Jim Richards, the exit from Mazda corner, and he now works Conrod straight. That's the gap back to second. Mark Gibbs, a little taily coming out of there, then followed by John Bauer. Next one is Drew Price. Then Glenn Seaton and those bunch of Holdens right behind him. One of the Corollas just down a lap already as Richards sprints down Conrod straight. Here comes Seaton down the outside of the Sierra. Door handle to door handle there with Drew Price.
Word from the pits is we're expecting a pit stop for the Holden Racing Team Commodore. Certainly there's a lot of activity down there, so we may have Win Percy in very shortly.
John Harvey, John Brady, Peter McKay and Cameron Williams covering all of the activity on the inside of the circuit. We'll be keeping you up to date throughout this fascinating contest. John Bauer, Glenn Seaton has just passed Drew Price. There's Dick Johnson. They're followed, of course, by Peter Brock and Win Percy. That's the order across the line here at Mount Panorama. There's a section off to the left there of the huge crowd in attendance that'd like to watch the race along pit straight. One of the vehicles, slower cars, looked like it went straight off to Bathurst there as Seaton was able to take advantage. Drew Price, I think, would be running to orders. This is the hedge your bets car, I would think.
Yeah, that's the great advantage they have. As I said earlier on, this is the car that they can fall back on, so their job is to run to a predetermined race plan.
About a 2-minute 20 lap, I'd say, all day.
Now, the traffic problems you're going to see very early in this race. As we can see, taking race cam from Peter Brock's car. Brocky comes out of the cutting. Win Percy has been able to put one position up on Peter Brock at this stage. Now the slower car off to the right in front of this group. There's Johnson going through. Look at Percy straight around the outside, tried to take advantage of that. Brock sits behind to wait and see what happens. They're running into slower cars already.
That's a lovely shot of just how difficult it is for these big cars across the top of the mountain, getting their way around the slower cars. Brakes on. It's pretty hairy stuff in these opening laps.
Now just look at the gap there that Glenn Seaton has been able to pull away from Drew Price. Price has got them all stacked up behind him. We'll see what Johnson can do about that. Brock sits in behind Win Percy. They close up bumper to bumper as they come down. On the inside, that was probably not the best passing manoeuvre. Win thought he could go for it. The exit to Mazda corner. Now can Brock come back behind Percy? Pride of Queensland, Win Percy and Peter Brock sitting right behind him.
I noticed the Holden team pit have a front spoiler out ready to put on one of their cars. Whether it's Percy or Brad Jones, I don't know.
I think it'll probably be the 7 car. It's certainly not Win Percy.
Word from the top of the mountain is that the 7 car may have clipped the wall. Brock moves up on the inside of Win Percy.
Now we do have a great race going here. Drew Price, Dick Johnson, Win Percy, Peter Brock in the number 05 car, and Larry Perkins right behind Peter Brock.
Well, this is a good showing from the HRT team. They've had a pretty miserable week. The first days leading up to this, they had all sorts of engine problems and they fell behind on the development time. But it all came together, particularly in the last 24 to 36 hours. And as I say that, we've got car 7, the second HRT car, in the pits. Looks like a regulation tyre change. Crompton.
Bradley Jones, I think, at the wheel as we take our pit report, and John Harvey is our man on the spot. Now we might be able to hear John.
Yes, Noel.
7 rejoins in position number 25.
Gee, that's a blow for HRT.
Sure is.
Last lap time for Glenn Seaton, 2 minutes 19.9.
And you'll notice, look here on the inside, Win Percy. And Brocky moves up on the Nissan as well. They're trying to smother it across the top of Mount Panorama.
And the second Larry Perkins car also takes Price. 3 cars through in about a 200-metre distance. I wonder if there's a problem there or Drew's just being extra conservative.
I would say Drew is being conservative at this stage. They don't want him to get involved in this.
That was pretty heady stuff from the Holdens through them, sneaking through in the one section. But Win Percy is really on a charge.
And John Bower in the 18-shell car has picked up 2 seconds on second place getter Mark Gibbs on the last lap. So there's a big battle developing there for second place behind Jim Richards as well.
Down Conrod Straight. The approach shot now to Caltex Chase, where they are absolutely flat strap. Now down on the brakes through the gears. When Percy closes up on the tail of the Pride of Queensland, but gets it sideways. And out goes Percy. Will he hit the wall? He saves it. Brakes are locked on. Percy has been able to save that, the 16 car.
But there is damage on that front right-hand guard. Look at that. The tyre is almost rubbing there. That is expensive for HRT. Let's see if Percy comes into the pits.
Well, he should come in immediately.
Yeah, the tyre is rubbing. You can see smoke coming off the front tyre, but he's going to do another lap. Now, this will be critical to the result of this car in this race. I'm sure he's not aware that he has this problem. And if he cuts a tyre, he is in big trouble.
Let's have a look at it. Our race cam replay courtesy of Prima Holidays. Win Percy getting totally out of shape and off the infield.
He's done it all by himself. Overcooked it coming into the chase. Deary me. Now HRT have some problems very early in the race.
Well, he had all 4 locked on. He didn't want to tail that into the wall. Now, if he can get another lap out of it, but if it cuts through the tyre, he's got a major problem.
And back towards the front, John Bower has passed Mark Gibbs and is in second place and pursuing Jim Richards.
This is nail-biting stuff for Holden Racing Team. This tyre is being cut by the guard at some stages. You can see the smoke rubbing off it. It won't be so bad on the corners where the car's weighed the other way. But as he loads the car up coming into the left-handers, the tyre's getting a workout. Now, I'm sure with the advanced communication system they have with the pits, Percy would be now aware that he's got this problem. And let's just have the fingers crossed he can make it around to the pits on this lap.
Of course, all of the teams have the output of our 7 network broadcast. And even if Win was unaware, one of the crew members would be able to see off the monitor the problems. And I would dare say they'd be calling Win to the pits, some of the refuse off to the side of the circuit, as Percy comes down beneath the Subaru bridge, down towards the dipper.
More Commodore dramas. The Brock pit are ready with tyres. Plenty of activity down there, so we may see one of the mobile cars in very shortly as well.
Wynn doesn't seem to be too fussed about it at this stage.
No, he's maintaining a pretty good pace.
He's not going to come in until he has to, and I think that's probably a pretty fair judgment at this time.
Uses all of the circuit there on the exit to Mazda. Now down beneath the GIO bridge and in pursuit of one of those BMWs. He's not sparing the rod is Winston. It's again coming into Caltex Chase. The car a little taily there. Just a little unsteady. Now will Percy continue or head to the pits?
No, he's going to stay out there. Well, this will be interesting. This will be something to watch.
Jim Richards continues to lead the race. John Bower running second. There's been another change behind them, though. Glenn Seaton is in third spot. Now Mark Gibbs dropping back to fourth. The gap between first and second, Richards to Bower, is only 10.9 seconds.
And all the pre-race chat we had about the BMWs will go. Lap 1, they started in 14th position. They're now up to 11th.
Yes, we've just on the last lap or two caught our first real glimpses of the BMWs coming into contention even at this early stage.
We take Tui's turn as the field now approaches. There's the man that we've been keeping an eye on, one who's setting a crackerjack pace. John Bower has been able to get through the field. Has been doing some great laps. Looks like the Glenn Seaton Peter Jackson car sitting just back behind him as we go forward, looking for our race leader. And there he is, Jimmy Richards. Great work there out of the chopper with Doug Hampson and Glenn Steer bringing us the pictures from there. As our race leader gets away, let's check them out on the Caltex race score. Race leader Jim Richards and Mark Scaife in the Nissan GTR. Second, John Bauer, Terry Sheelan, the Shell Racing Sierra. Third, Seaton and Hansford in the Peter Jackson Sierra. 4, Gibbs and Onslow in the GIO Nissan GTR. And rounding out the 5, 17, Dick Johnson and Paul Radisich. 6, 05, Brock Medecki in the Mobile Commodore. 7th, the 11 car, Perkins Mazzera. 8th is Price Walden's Nissan GTR. 9th, Bond and Crosby in the Caltech Sierra. And rounding out the 10, Brancatelli and O'Brien in the Synovus Vitamin Sierra.
Mount Panorama, and this is the much feared Nissan GTR. Jim Richards at the wheel, leading the great race, lap 10 of 161. And let me tell you that in 10 laps, the last car in the field has already been lapped twice. Such is the pace of the great race in 1991. Boy, oh boy. Now, Peter Brock, we understand, may have some problem with the 05 Mobile Commodore. He's currently in 6th position on the track, just astern of Dick Johnson. Let's see if we can pick up Peter Brock. We take our race cam in the Mobile 105 Commodore. Peter Brock, can you hear us? If he can, he's not answering. He's a bit busy at the moment. I think we'll wait till he gets down to Conrod Straight. Watching the man himself at work. This is great stuff from Brock in the 05
guys,
car.
I think you're trying to get through to me. I can't hear. Perhaps the chopper's getting some sort of interference.
We were trying to speak to you. You got a problem? No, he can't hear us, Peter Brock. He's obviously aware that we're trying to talk to him. We'll work on that communications problem and get it sorted out. But the crew are on standby in the Brock pit. Whether or not he's going to come in, he doesn't look like it at this stage. And this early stage of the race, I think it would have to be a fairly substantial problem before you'd want to give up your position near the front of the field. Well, the latest information, having just said that, is that the Holden team pit is also on standby. So maybe Win Percy, after that spin that we saw him have earlier, has now decided to come in for a look-see under the front.
And in fact, Brocky's pit guys have actually stood down now. They did look as though they were ready for one of the cars to come in, but now the tyres have gone away again. And it looks as though things are back running to schedule.
It's interesting, the lap times. Richards has been lapping in 2:17.56. So as we said, as the fuel load lightens, I should say, the car gets quicker. Behind that, we've got 2:19s for Seaton, Gibbs, Bowe, Brock, Percy and Johnson. So as we expected, the Nissans are setting the pace on the mountain. And certainly as long as they're healthy, will continue to do so.
And just about to fall into the clutches of Peter Brock is Mark Gibbs in the GIO Nissan. This is the man that led the race for the first 2 laps. Falling back into the clutches of the big guns on Mount Panorama.
The strategy is starting to become a little more obvious now. Richards is obviously the hare. The other 2 cars, though, currently sitting in 5th place, here just ahead of Brocky, Mark Gibbs. And the number 2 Nissan is running 8th at the moment.
Now, the drama continues down in the Brock pit. Let's clarify just what is going on down there. Peter McKay. I think the decibels rather overrode Peter McKay there. Those big V8s, when they thunder down pit straight, it's pretty hard to hear yourself think, let alone speak to anybody. Brock, meantime, continues to circulate, do it well. Moving up now on the tail as they pass a slower car of Mark Gibbs. Dick Johnson just in front of this pair. Johnson running in 4th place. Ahead of him, Glenn Seaton in 3rd. John Bowe in 2nd place in the 18 Shell car. And of course, Jim Richards continues to lead. Brad Jones is now in position 20 after coming in for a quick pit stop. That's car 7.
It's interesting watching the race cam inside Brock's Commodore. They seem to be holding onto the GIO GDR quite comfortably across the mountain where the car is supposed to be a lot faster. So that'll be pretty promising for Brocky this early at this early stage.
Well, the mobile team look ready for a pit stop again, but it doesn't look as though Brocky's coming in this lap. We'll keep an eye out for teammate Perkins to see whether or not he might have a problem.
After setting that stunning Conrod time of 293 kilometres an hour in practice, the leading GTR now is regularly tripping the speed trap at about 273 kilometres down Conrod, so the pace particularly washed off in race trim. There's the Gary Wilmington Rita Awadallah Supra, and by the speed he's rolling in, I'd say no, he's pointing to his pit crew. So Gary having some problems there. Back to Brocky, the mobile 05 Commodore. Locks a brake as he shoots in and out of the slower traffic. Bit of a headache for these guys all day. The 05 car and the 11 car both suffered engine problems in the Sandown 500 a few weeks ago. Confident they've got on top of that problem. And the cars have been looking strong all week.
Stewards are out there earning their money. They've black flagged the 75 car, the Corolla, driven by Brad Wright and Ted Dunford for a fuel leak. So we had 48 starters. We're down to 46. The Bob Tyndall car, of course, blew an engine on the warm-up lap.
The gaps between these cars can fluctuate quite a large amount with the traffic. And just keeping an eye on the gap between 1st and 2nd place men, I noticed that it's gone down from close on 12 seconds to about 8.5 at the moment.
Speaking of engines, the 22 car, the Strathfield car radios entry, Graham Moore and Michelle Delcourt blew their race engine late yesterday and were busy just minutes virtually before they went on the track this morning, bolting in their, I think, their last practice engine, a well-worn one at that. So everybody has a story to tell, a drama to tell. Right, now let's find out what is going on in the mobile pit with John Brady.
It's a little confusing because the pit itself is a little confused. They don't have radio contact with Larry Perkins.
has signalled that he might bring the car in, so they're on standby all the way around. Thomas Mazzera's even suited up, ready to hop in the car if he wants a driver change. So they're anxiously just keeping an eye on what Larry's up to. As I say, they don't have radio contact with him, so it's a bit of a guessing game for them as well.
At the moment, we don't seem to have radio contact ourselves with Peter Brock, as was obvious a lap or two back when we tried to talk to him. So there are just a few small dramas, but it wouldn't be Bathurst if there weren't a few. And a few major ones before the day is out.
Well, Brocky still runs in 6th, and I should tell you that that time past the pits, the gap from 1st to 2nd place has come down by another 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I think Jim might just relax on the odd occasion, and the gap closes up, and then next lap you'll find it's opened out again to about 9 or 10 seconds. We'll keep an eye on it next lap and find out.
There is the second place man, John Bower, the Shell Car 18. Very strongly in second place in this opening parts of the race.
2 laps in succession now. He's taken around 2 seconds out of the leader.
An interesting strategy this by the Shell team. They originally had Bow and Johnson entered for the 1 car. But as qualifying worked its way through the week, Bow decided to pick up on car 18. So we've got Bow in 18 car and Dick Johnson in the 17 car.
That was very generous of you to say that. I don't know whether John Bow actually decided. In fact, I don't think he was all that happy about it.
Well, they've been setting some pretty hot laps all week, and look at these Conrod speeds, courtesy of Altrex. 283 for John Bower in the Sierra, 282 for Gibbs, that's interesting, and 281 for the Commodore. So at this stage, in race trim, the car's quite evenly matched on Conrod Straight.
And we don't have a readout there for Jim Richards, presumably because he wasn't or hasn't been as fast as the other 3. So he obviously is making it up in that 4-wheel drive Nissan GTR in other places on the circuit. John Bower, one of the most talented drivers in Australia, former open wheel champion, comes from Tasmania, sells cars for a living, and is one of the most relaxed guys that you have ever seen. A real talent. You wouldn't know it to talk to him, most unassuming man, but he gets the Tasmanian devil look in his eyes once he gets behind the wheel. He's running second in the great race.
Not by a great deal at the moment either.
Well, a lot of people put a lot of money on the Nissan GTRs, but let me tell you, the Ford Sierra is not a spent force in this race. It has a very enviable Bathurst record. Over the last 3 years, they've won the race twice, and they finished second 3 times. So this car is an excellent car to have at Mount Panorama today.
Let's check the Caltex race score. Positions in class in the outright contenders. Richards leads the field from John Bower. Glenn Seaton in the Peter Jackson Sierra in 3rd place. In the 3-litre category, BMWs dominate. Tony Longhurst and Alan Jones. Fitzgerald and Hulme, the team cars 1, 2 in that class. Cotter and Dillman also in an M3 in 3rd place. And in the 1600cc class, Full and Morris, a Corolla, Bates and Bates, the brothers, the twins in fact, in a Corolla in 2nd place. And Searle and Griffiths also in a Corolla. They're the 3 cars in each class as we go through lap 12.
back at Mount Panorama Bathurst. Crew going with Perkins and a call for Peter Brock, whether his engine is okay. Now they must be having some communication problem.
Is that a question or a statement?
Yes.
I think that's actually to Larry Perkins. We heard John Brady say a little while ago that they have a communications problem, and it's so useful, of course, to still have the pit boards.
Well, we've been following this great scrap between Colin Bond, who's in position 13, and Charlie O'Brien in the Alan Moffat Synovus Vitamins car number 10.
40 seconds behind the race leader Jim Richards, and in a race of 160 plus laps around here, that is not necessarily too far back. Race cam in the Bond, Crosby, Caltex, Sierra. Hot in pursuit of Charlie O'Brien in the Synovus entry at the bottom of Conrod Straight. Take the left-hand turn now into Pit Straight. This is where they all started from not so long ago.
This will give you at home a great view of the circuit here at Mount Panorama as we ride on top of Colin Bond's Caltex CXT Sierra. He's trying to catch Charlie O'Brien in the Moffat car. Was very, very close a while ago. It's opened up just a little bit, I think probably due to traffic. And Colin, the former great race winner, carrying 2 race cams today. This is view 1 that we'll show you. Heading through Repco, and there's the second one that is mounted on the side of the door. This will give you an idea of how close they go to the walls here. We'll stay with this across Skyline. See just how quickly over the white line, coming up to Tooheys Turn. Left-hander kink here. Now the track dips away to the right here. The fast line is the inside, just almost shaved. Now down towards the dipper. Close, isn't it? Great pitches. Now down to Mazda corner. And for the run down Conrod Straight, we'll take the other angle on top of the roof. Cars get very light over that bump.
Well, they've encountered no traffic on this lap, the 2 of these cars, Mike, and the 10 car is pulling away.
Yes. Down to Caltex Chase. So there you've had a ride around Mount Panorama with Colin Bond. 2 cameras, you've been hanging out the side and sitting on the roof.
Gear change sounds like the automatic doors on an elevator.
And there is that gap. Charlie O'Brien and Alan Moffat Synovus Vitamin Sierra.
Closed up through Caltex Chase.
Yes, he did too.
Car 75, the 1600cc Corolla that was black flagged earlier with a leak of fuel has rectified that problem. They're back on the track.
This is getting willing now. They're passing Bill O'Brien, coming up on the Gazzard Peter Jansen car. Is our track cam as the car skimmed by that. Now coming up behind the Alf Grant Sizzler entry, the Nissan. Good to see Bondi having a good race so far. He was one of the first out last year.
A fairly wretched touring car season this year too, after a ripper in 1990, won 2 rounds of the championship and was looking for a big Bathurst, big disappointment that continued through the touring car championships. Maybe he's going to make up for it today.
Charlie O'Brien driving the Alan Moffat car claims the car just feels rock solid. Charlie should know. He's had a great season in driving NASCAR and Oscar. In fact, he'll lead the parade at Calder Park Thunderdome next Sunday for the first round of the Summer Nationals. I asked him on Friday what he felt about comparing the touring car and the NASCAR. And he did point out that while the NASCAR seems to have a lot more brute horsepower, this car feels far more manageable, even at the speeds they're doing now. As he comes gliding down here on the inside of a Corolla, one of the Mercantile Mutual Corollas, into Caltex Chase. So that gap is back about the same.
A bit like the difference between a thoroughbred racehorse and a bucking bronco, isn't it?
I'll let you sort that one out.
Charlie O'Brien, another of the motorsport clan domiciled in southeastern Queensland, along with Longhurst, Jones, Johnson, having fun in the sun. And he's been having fun in the sun here at Bathurst this week. It is the most incredible race week we've ever had at Mount Panorama. And the heat is going to play no small part, I think, in the course of the race today, because it certainly saps the energy of the drivers, and it's not exactly the perfect conditions for turbocharged cars. They'd like things a little cooler.
The exit from Repco Bend and the run to BP Cutting. Gap still about the same between Charlie O'Brien in the Synovus Vitamin Sierra Yellow Moffat team car, as we pick up on our race leader Jimmy Richards, car number 1, the Nissan GTR, coming down here on the inside of Terry Finnegan's Foodtown Commodore. We'll check them out for you on the Caltex race score. Richards Scaife lead after 18 laps. John Bowen, Terry Shield run second in the Shell Sierra, third. Seaton and Hansford through to 6, Brock Medecky. Perkins and Mazera running in 7th. 8th is Price and Walden. 9th, Percy and Gryson rounding out the 10. Parsons and Park. They're the top 10 on the Caltex race score.
Two's 1000 from Mount Panorama at Bathurst. And we're looking at car number 7, Brad Jones, now in position 19. He was in 25th position after an earlier pit stop. So Bradley storming back through the field here. Race leader continues to be Jim Richards in the Nissan GTR. Still has a 10-second break over the 18 Shell car driven by John Bow, but we've just had an indication from the Shell pit that Bow is going to come in. So I presume there'll be a driver change. Will there at this early stage? There will be, yeah. There will be a driver change at this early stage. So we're about to see the first of the serious pit activity for the day. Meantime, we take Dunlop race cam. Brad Jones coming towards the bottom of Conrod Straight, left-hander into pit straight again, coming round to conclude his 20th lap of the race. We'll go over to the pits. In fact, John Brady has scurried way down to the Shell pit area to find out just what is afoot, Braid.
Yes, Gary, they're calling it a scheduled stop. They say with 3 cars, they just want to get them out of the way and stagger them. So they're going to bring Radicic into the car. And there's no panic here, there's no worry, there's nothing wrong with the car. They're just calling it a scheduled stop. They say it's a very early one, as we all know, but they just say that's the problem of running the 3 cars.
John Brady reporting from the Shell pit there. Will hang fire and wait until that pit stop eventuates. Meantime, one of the B&H BMWs going through our shot there, pursued by Brad Jones. Holden Racing Team 2-car entry. Win Percy, of course, shuffled back in the pack after a spin in the early laps coming through Caltech's chase.
Isn't this a great view as we take bumper cam? Thanks to Brad Jones, who has the device installed in the front of the number 7 Holden Racing Team Commodore. This should look exciting stuff down Conrod Straight next time as Brad closes up. You see the 7 chopper off to the left there, tracking the cars. Now the dipper. And Bradley will pick all of these up before Mazda coming up now, the left-hander. There's the Bimmer trying to get down the inside. Oh, almost the tail on the wall that time.
And there's the dice for 17th, 18th and 19th places.
As the Bimmer loses out, as you can see, Benny Holm car, number 20. The grunt to the V8s down the straight. One of the Corollas off to the left, another of the Mercantile Mutual entries. Whoop, has to make sure the guy's watching mirrors. Now can he slip down the inside here? This is the Ashby Reed Lansvale Smash Repairs Commodore. And right in front of them is the, from Brisbane, the Sizzler Nissan Alf Grant. Great demonstration there of traffic and weaving and bobbing from Brad Jones. Comes beneath the Tui's Bridge. We'll see whether he can pick up the Lansvale car. And we'll follow him up the mountain on the brakes. Other group of cars just ahead.
Yes, one of the 1600cc category cars is about to be monstered by these two. Goodbye to the Corolla. Closing in on the tail of a couple of other Commodores, I think. In fact, it might be the Holden team car up front. Is it Win Percy?
Goes for the inside, but Brad was a little wide there. A lot of traffic to contend with heading up to the cutting. We're monitoring all of the pits at the moment. 34 car.
Gulson, father and son, out of action for the moment. We'll check, find out what the problem is. Looks like it's a fairly lengthy delay there.
And Graham, sponsored by Agip and of course by Prime. And here's the 18 car coming into the pits now. And John Brady is our man on the scene.
Yeah, what this one's all about is trying to make sure that they can eventually pair Dick Johnson and John Bow in the one car. The reasoning was at the start they'd put them in 2 cars, figure which car was going to be the best, and then pair them in that car. Both cars are going well. They've decided now to get Bow out of this one early so they can get him teamed up with Dick Johnson from now on. It is scheduled. They're doing it very well. Not a hitch in sight. Just waiting to strap up Paul Radicic now. Won't take a second. And we'll be back in action. The interesting thing perhaps is that they're a little happy in the Sierra camp as to how the pressure they're managing to put on. to the Nissans. They were afraid the Nissans may have got further away than they have, and that's why they want Bow and Johnson together.
Thank you, John, for that. Bow was in position number 3. He rejoins in 12th. That moves Glenn Seaton and the Peter Jackson Sierra up to 2nd. Well, up into the top 10. The number 25, B&H BMW. Longhurst now just passing 1. That moves him to 9th with that pit stop. That's not a bad effort, is it?
It's a very big effort indeed, and depending on how things pan out towards the end of the race, they're going to be lurking right there. The BMW started from 14th position on the grid, so he's muscled his way past a few.
He's a great little driver, Tony, doing a good job too.
The Golson car there, the one we saw in the pits a few moments ago, getting the go-by from the BMW M3.
That too was a pretty quick pit stop from the Golson car. I started off to say that they're also supported by Prime Television, and I hope through 7 and through TV3 in New Zealand, and also Prime Network in Australia, you're enjoying the Tooheys 1000 from Mount Panorama at Bathurst. There comes Tony Longhurst. He was fascinating to watch here on the approach to Caltex Chase. Out wide, zap.
He takes it absolutely flat.
Yes, he does. Does not button off at all. Tony zips along pit straight now. Every lap looks the same from Tony Longhurst, doesn't it? Just flat strap all the way. They said that they were able to drive the living daylights out of the Bimmer from start to finish. And some folks started suggesting that if the Nissans and a couple of the Sierras had problems, this car had a real chance of winning. No one in the BMW pits would agree with that. They've been playing down the David and Goliath act all week.
I think it's a big chance for a top 3 position, certainly, and if the quicker cars have problems, then it really could be right up there at the end of the day.
I would think that Dick Johnson would be more than happy with the driving stint put in by John Bow, who has just handed over, and with John at the moment is our own John Brady.
Well, John, you're lapping pretty well out there. A few people were thinking the Nissans might have got further away than that.
Well, I think they were basically pacing themselves, but so are we. So, you know, I thought that they'd have a much bigger lead than that. Our car's perfect at the moment, which is wonderful.
You're close enough to put a lot of pressure on them, do you think?
I don't think it's the time to put pressure on them. I think later on is probably the time. If we're all healthy later on in the race. At the moment, it's just all feeling our way.
You just hopped out of one car, you're about to hop in another. Tell us all about that.
Well, that's the way that Neil Lowe decided to do it, which is fine by me. It meant we got 2 cars in the top 10, which gave Shell and Palmer's and Dunlop and Ford, everybody a lot of exposure, so that's what it's all about.
You're hopping over Dick's car. You take over Dick's car next?
Sorry?
You take over Dick's car next?
I will, yeah. So, if you think I look hot now, I'm going to look a lot hotter later.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you to Johns. Here's our race leader heading up Mountain Straight. We're going to show you the full field at the moment, so if you're following a particular driver, we'll talk it through for you. Jim Richards and Scaife lead the event. 23 laps completed from Seaton and Hansford. Then Johnson and Radicic running in 3rd. Gibbs and Onslow in the Geo Nissan 4th. 5th, Brock and Madecki in the Mobil 1 Commodore.
6th position at this stage, Price and Walden, Nissan GTR. Position 11, Larry Perkins, Thomas Mazera. Position 8, Win Percy, Alan Grice in the Holden Racing Team Commodore. Longhurst and Jones, the first of the BMWs. Car 25 is 9th. Parsons and Park in the Peter Jackson Sierra in 10th.
Just outside of the top 10, Johnny Bow and Terry Shield That's the car we've just seen have a pit stop. In 12th, Brancatelli and O'Brien. 13th, Bond and Crosby. 14th, Waldock and Peters. And 15th, Millen and Brabham in the second of Alan Moffat's cars.
16th on the road at the moment, number 12, English and Scott in the Valvoline Sierra. 17th, a good fight back, 7, Jones and Crompton in the HRT Commodore. 18th, Ashby and Reed in the Lansvale Smash Repairs entry. 19th, Fitzgerald and Denny Holm in the Benson and Hedges BMW. And 20th is 22, Graham Moore and Michelle Delcourt in the Strathfield Car Radios entry.
Almost halfway down the field, 21st position, car 19, Scott and Taylor in a Sierra, followed by car 15, Smith and Morgan in a Supra. Finnegan and Leeds next, 23rd position in the Commodore. Barrow and McIntyre in a Sierra hold down 24th spot, followed by Pearson and Stewart, the Product Commodore.
Running in 26th, Bolwell and Abrahams with their Sierra. Sala and Lusty in 27th, Johnson and Johnson 28th. 29th, Jansen and Gazzard with their Commodore, and O'Brien and Callahan in 30th.
31st on the road at the moment, father and son, the Grand Combo, the Sizzler Nissan Skyline. 32nd, 21, Jones and Emery in the Cartrek Commodore. 33 is Golson and Golson. 34th, Donaher and Donaher. And 35th, 52, Cotter and Dulman in the M3.
Position 36, the red figures indicate the 1600cc class. Full and Morris in a Corolla, Bates and Bates in a Corolla, Searle and Griffiths, position 38, also a Corolla. The final entry in the 3-litre class, Sharp and Saltweger in a BMW M3. And position 40, car 73, Holden and Alderman.
41, Hendrick and Lambden with their Commodore. 42nd there, Forshaw and Verst with their Corolla. Verheyen and Vernon with another Corolla next up. Then Wright and Dunford in 44th. And Sala and Stratton, that car that had the incident in the warm-up this morning, running in 45th position.
46 on the road, Wilmington and Awadala in the Supra. 47, 32, Tyndall and Stewart. And rounding them out, 48th, Conway and Gardner. That's the positions. You're up to date.
And welcome back to the mountain. Hope you're enjoying the great race. It's now some 24 laps old for the leaders. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of the first hour. It was Nissan 1-2 on the grid, and Mark Gibbs getting the better at the start. Steaming away from Jim Richards. And happy to say, basically an incident-free start. Gentleman Jim, however, was pretty determined to grab that lead early, and it wasn't long before he got it. Lap number 3. Glenn Seaton had a pretty poor start by his own admission, but then he was like lightning. Look at him zoom past Peter Brock. Brad Jones, early problems for him. Car number 7 into the pits, and a vital early stop could be very costly. Still plenty of heavy traffic on the mountain. 3 cars trying to get past the Nissan number 2 car. That was Drew Price near Skyline. Very heavy traffic. Not a lot of early casualties, but there was one. The defending champion. Problems at Caltex Chase, but it didn't stop him. Colin Bond, one of the veterans here at Bathurst, sets about chasing Charlie O'Brien, and a great view from our race cam. And while all that was happening, Gentleman Jim was just cruising in the lead.
Highlights of hour number 1 from Sandy, and there was plenty in the first hour too, Gary.
Yeah, jam-packed with incidents. Fortunately, no accidents. Jim Richards continuing to lead. His gap over Glenn Seaton in second position now is 17 seconds. Dick Johnson, 27 seconds behind the leader in third place.
Car number 7 is the Holden Racing Team Commodore. Position 16th on the road after a costly pit stop a little earlier. There's 2 very bright youngsters sharing the cockpit. Our own Neils on wheels and dual Oscar champ Brad Jones. How's it going, Bradley?
Hi, Mike.
What was the problem earlier for the pit stop?
Well, I was listening to you say how bright Neil and I were, and this bright boy hit the wall.
You're able to get in and get out fairly quickly, being such a long race. I guess being back to 16th and able to pick them up doesn't perturb you too much.
The trick is picking them up, but I let Larry by. The car was getting a bit hot behind Bondi, and what's happening here? Jesus, this is interesting.
Just talk to us when you can, don't worry.
Yeah, just a hazard of long race with a lot of cars. Actually, if you just pan left, I hit right there.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, a bit of a bother, isn't it? I shudder every time I come by. I let Larry by, and I just drifted out a touch wide and kissed the wall, cracked a couple of rims, and a tyre went flat. So it was a pretty quick stop, and hopefully it hasn't affected our chances of a decent result. But I shouldn't imagine Cromley's doing too much smiling in the pits about now.
He's traded the blue Blazer in for the Nomex.
I don't know how good a move that would be today, but this car feels quite strong. We're had a bit of a rough lead up, but the car's going good now, and I'm hoping for a good result still. I haven't lapped this, so that's one thing. Probably caution would be nice about now, but that's probably too much to ask for.
Well, I appreciate the chat. Carry on. I asked Charlie O'Brien earlier the difference between one of these and his full-blooded NASCAR or Oscar. What difference? What comparison would you make?
I'm usually at the front when I'm in an Oscar, and I don't like being in 16th. That's the best comparison, I guess. There's a lot of left and right turning going on here, Mike.
Yes, I can see that.
This thing's obviously got a heap more squirt than my Oscar, but with this you probably get a little bit more time to relax and have a look around what you're doing, which probably sounds a bit stupid. But the biggest thing is the amount of power and the brakes on it. I mean, we don't have any brakes on our Oscar to speak of, and whenever you want to pull the thing up, it's always a drama.
Bradley, thanks for the chat. I'll let you continue on trying to improve your position out on the racetrack.
Talk to you later, Mike.
Thanks, buddy.
Sounds pretty relaxed about proceedings, does Brad Jones. And there's a long way to go. He knows that better than anyone.
Word is from the pits that the second Nissan, the Price Walden car, will be into the pits very soon. Interesting equation at the front too. The leading Richards car and Glenn Seaton in second place. They're both scheduled to come in on about lap 33. The difference being that Seaton will only be in for tyres and fuel, whereas the Nissan comes in for the first of its 2 brake pad changes.
The GIO Nissan, which led the race early, then slipped back to about 6th or 7th spot, is back through the field. Mark Gibbs is in 3rd place now. Dick Johnson 4th, Peter Brock 5th, and there is only 5 seconds separating those 3 cars in that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th places.
Cars are starting to drop. Car 44, the McIntyre Sierra, is stuck in the pits with starter motor problems at this stage, and car 39, the O'Brien Commodore, has a diff seal problem as car 2, Nissan, as scheduled, comes into the pits.
Okay, Peter McKay.
Thanks, Mike. It's a regular pit stop for car 2, the first of the 2 factory Nissans to pit. Gary Walden isn't getting into the car. Drew Price is going to stay there, obviously, to do an extended stint. New tyres going on and close to 120 litres of fuel. But a very smooth stop for Nissan. All Gary Walden could do during that stop was replenish Drew Price's fuel bottle.
Yes, that was a very effective stop, Peter.
A beauty, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know, I didn't time it, but it was one of the quicker ones.
You might be able to have a chat with Freddie a little later about how it's all going to the game plan.
Yes, I spoke to him a little earlier, Mike, and he said it was a breeze. They were cruising along, no concern about the heat of the day, and everything was going according to plan.
Okay, thank you, Peter. We already have David Parsons. The number 35 car is in the pits for his pit stop.
Car 2, which we just saw in the pits, was in 6th position when it came in, rejoined the race in 14th place.
And it's all starting to happen. Word is the mobile pit are ready as well, so they're all starting to come in for the first of their scheduled stops.
So David Parsons out of the car and Wayne Park in the car now. Fairly orderly pit stop.
Well, that was an interesting stop from the Nissan. We had it down in our information that they were going to make the first of their brake pad changes, but nothing there. About a 30-second stop just for fuel and tyres only.
Well, Wayne Park heads out now in the 35 car. And I think the pits are going to be a fairly busy place over the next 5 or 10 minutes. Number 2.
Well, just made the pit stop, but
yes,
there's something amiss. We're running very slowly across the top here at Mount Panorama. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him back in the pits again at the end of this lap.
Well, Peter McKay, I'm sure, will be down with Fred. They're in communication. Let's go down to the pits now. Peter Brock in and out of the car. About to step in is Andrew Madecki.
Again, we've got Andrew Madecki jumping into the car. Brock out. Pretty furious stop. The windscreen's getting a bit of a clean-up. But again, a scheduled stop. Bit of a trouble with the seat harness with Brock helping Madecki at the moment. On the stop.
He gave it a nice...
And about $7,000 to get it off the line.
Yes, I was going to say the problem with the tyres, he's probably flat spotted them. Peter, you might like to head back to Freddie Gibson because we've got the number 2 Nissan just cruising down Conrod Straight there. I think they've got a problem with it.
39 seconds, the pit stop there for Peter Brock. He was in 5th spot when he came in, and Andrew Madecki now at the wheel rejoins in 8th position. If you've been looking for car 50, by the way, that's the Sierra, driven by Brian Sala and Graham Lussey. They had a problem. The car was jammed in 1st gear, but it has been rectified.
Meanwhile, dramas for number 2. It's just come in for the first of its stops, and a very slow lap trickling around. Drew Price remained in the car, and he's back in the pits 1 lap later.
Well, Freddie Gibson just a few moments ago told Peter McKay they were cruising. They're not cruising quite so well now. Jim Richards maybe, but not the 2 car.
We don't have a problem. We don't have the information what the problem may be. and Fred will be fairly selective about that until Peter is there to discuss it with him. But needless to say, the number 2 car coming back into the pits.
And we just have word from the pits, the second mobile car should be coming in very shortly as well.
Take it away, Peter.
Thanks, Mike. Fred Gibson is just discussing whatever problem the car has with driver Drew Price. There's an electric fan at the front of the car suggesting there could be an overheating problem. This is a problem with turbo cars during pit stops, and conventional wisdom has it that you put an electric fan at the front of the car just to keep everything cooled down. But once the problem's resolved, I'll grab Fred Gibson and just discover exactly what the problem is.
Yeah, stay on that one, Pete. Thank you.
While you're investigating that, Peter McKay, the third Shell team car, car 19, has come to the pits. There's a driver change taking place there as well.
So Kane Scott is out and Greg Taylor going in. That's the Kiwi combination.
Boy, there's certainly mixing up on the circuit now. Tony Longhurst in the Benson Hedges BMW now up to 7th position. How's that, folks? 1 minute 8 seconds. The Nissan's been in the pits. This is a tragedy for the second car.
Meantime, the Shell car's been and gone. Long gone. There it goes, in fact.
Okay, well, there's a shot of a nice big Nissan brake disc, but we're not sure if that's the actual problem.
Something from the indications from Drew Price, I think he felt something was grabbing every time he touched the brakes at the front of the car, and they've come in to try and sort that out.
1.5 minutes in the pits now, and this is going to muck up the Nissan strategy. This was supposed to be the fallback car.
Here comes Colin Bond, car 8, the Caltech Sierra. It's a mile a minute.
So the pits are coming alive at this critical stage of the race, the first scheduled stops.
Well, Colin's going to step out of the car, and the Caltech's TV3 car was running 12th on the road, and stepping in is Graham Crosby, who's been with Colin now for a couple of Bathursts. He's quite a character, Graham Crosby, former motorcycle champion, loves his touring cars, supercross promoter over in New Zealand, dabbles in just about everything.
They'd be a good pair, these two. They both enjoy a joke.
Yes. Peter McKay will update us as soon as he has information from Fred Gibson what the problem is with the number 2 Nissan.
Race leader, meantime, Jim Richards, trouble-free at the head of affairs. 12-second break at this time over the second place getter, Glenn Seaton, in the number 30 Peter Jackson Sierra. Still a comfortable cushion, but maybe not as comfortable as was expected. One car we're expecting to come in on lap 33, so that's only 2 laps away. So stand by for more hustle and bustle on pit lane.
Colin Bond rejoined the race after a 48-second stop, and the number 2 Nissan rejoined the circuit after being in the pits for 2 minutes 14 seconds. So at this early stage in the race, the Nissan race plan has already been upset.
And the Nissan crew just got bare moments to catch their breath before Jim Richards comes in. Nissan number 2 is now in 25th position.
Time for the pit stops, and here comes Wyn Percy in car number 60. John Brady, see Wyn taking the belts off already. Take it away, Johnny Brady.
Thanks very much, Mike. It's a scheduled stop. They're pretty happy with the way things are running at the moment. Alan Grice hopping inside the car now. They've been pretty happy with the way they've been able to get the car going over the last couple of days, and it seems to be running okay up there. Bar a couple of little troubles early, a bit of fender damage from that earlier mention that we had. They're just doing a bit of pedal beating up front, but they're out now, and it's a pretty quick stop. Fuel just going out, and Alan Grice back on the track.
Thank you very much, John. That was a quickie too.
That was a super duper stop. Got the 22 seconds, yeah, 21 seconds.
And
yeah.
as you can see, Larry Perkins also in the pit. Wyn Percy 6th when he came to the pits. Grice now in the car rejoins in 11th place. Hope you can keep track of all this.
Well, it all happened so quickly. Oops. Now Thomas Mazera has stepped into Larry's car. Very talented young driver, Thomas Mazera. He's off and running. There's Jimmy Richards, car number 1. Is bound for the pits, and here he comes. The 2 cars still sitting in there stranded. Peter McKay is down there. Jim already slipping the belts off. Take it away, Pete.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, it's a scheduled stop. Everything going very smoothly. Changing tyres, refueling. I nearly went through on the bottom of the Nissan, managed to escape that. No problems at all from Gary Brabham. Is that? Oh, there is a problem. There's no. There is a wheel hub rolling around in the middle of pit lane, but I think it's one from the Jim Richards car.
Any problems you've been able to find out about the Drew Price number 2 car?
Mike, Fred Gibson said they couldn't find anything wrong. Drew reported the car was wandering around coming down Conrod Straight, and he made the precautionary pit stop to check on it, but the boys couldn't find anything, and Fred thinks it could be just that the tyres are cold, and he sent him back out for another check.
I mean, that could have been a miscalculation later in the day, couldn't it?
Time there, about 2 minutes, I gather.
Yes, it was, at least that. Richards, of course, came into the pits leading the race, handed over to Mark Scaife. He has now rejoined the event running in 4th position. So that would put the young Victorian, Glenn Seaton in the Peter Jackson Sierra, up into the lead, car number 30.
Reasonably slick stop that was too for the number 1 Nissan, just under 30 seconds.
Yes, Seaton leads from Mark Gibbs in the GIO Nissan GTR, followed by Dick Johnson, and then Wyn Percy and Tony Longhurst. Well, Longhurst now in 5th position. Obviously, he's getting the benefit of these early pit stops from the other teams.
Glenn Seaton in the Peter Jackson Sierra. It's been a long, hard climb for Glenn in the turbo Ford. Nearing the end of a 3-year development phase when he went out from the Nissan team to set up his own operation. Glenn was instrumental in the success of Nissan through the 80s, and he's one hell of a good driver.
Greg Hansford co-driving with Glenn Seaton here today, and as Mike mentioned about Graham Crosby, former bike racing champ, as was Greg Hansford. We don't see enough of him in touring car racing these last couple of seasons, and it's great to have him back at Bathurst, because he's had stints over periods of time in touring car championships and here at Bathurst with Alan Moffat particularly. He's a good man to have behind the wheel on a long, hard, hot day at Mount Panorama. But Glenn Seaton's there at the moment. They've not yet made their pit stop, have not yet made their driver change. Hard on the heels of one of the BMWs. It'd have to be the car 20. Strathfield Car Radio's Graham Moore, Michelle Delcourt entry coming in. Graham Moore.
I was going to say, Gary, watch Graham Moore step out. Michelle.
He's a big bloke.
He's a proper size bloke. None of that. And he's a lovely guy, the big Belgian, like a big bear. And Graham Moore will hand over to him. And right now we've got the number 4 GIO Nissan N, was running
second
in 2nd spot. So as it comes in, that then elevates Dick Johnson up to the lead.
Brake pad change. The 2 Nissans back again.
Number 2 trickles back into the pits. There are problems. Drew Price certainly not happy with the number 2 car.
Well, it was showing as about running 22nd on the road. It's now gone in for yet another pit stop. So if this was the backup car in case anything went wrong with the 1 car, they've got a major problem. They've run out of cars.
Now, when he first came into the pits, they were looking at the front end only. Now they're looking at all 4 corners of the car. The air jacks take it up, and there's obviously concern with the mechanical setup of the car.
Well, this is going to place even more responsibility and pressure on the shoulders of Jim Richards at the wheel of the number 1 car now.
It's been a pretty long stop from the GIO Nissan team as well.
Mark Scaife, in fact, now at the wheel of that car, but that pair.
Looks like the 10 car coming in now. Charlie O'Brien, the Alan Moffat Synovus Vitamin Sierra. Charlie stepping out of the car. And helping in Gianfranco Brancatelli.
GIO car 4 rejoined the race in 9th position, and that pad change took them just over a minute.
Peter McKay still down in the Nissan pits. What's the latest, Pete?
Well, it's all go down here in pit lane, Mike. Car 10, the Alan Moffat Synovus car, is in looks like a conventional pit stop with Gianfranco Brancatelli taking over from Charlie O'Brien. Car 2, the Nissan backup car, is back in for more exploratory surgery. There doesn't appear to be any answers to their problems. And
see if you can get one, because at the moment we're following the pit stop of the race leader. Moffat car has rejoined, running 12th with Gianfranco Brancatelli at the wheel. And here is Glenn Seaton handing over to Greg Hansford. in the Peter Jackson number 30 Ford Sierra. John Brady, our man on the spot.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Another scheduled one. All the Sierras coming in at around the 33 laps. In fact, most of the cars will, with the exception of the BMWs. Hansford straight in there. Very quick and tidy stop, this one. Very impressive. Greg Hansford back on the track.
About 33.83 seconds for that pit stop. Hansford rejoins in 4th spot.
Oh,
so that was an excellent stop for Glenn Seaton and Greg Hansford.
Freddie Gibson down there at the front of the car scratching his head, and well, he might do that. We have our
pole cam underneath the race car as they continue to work on it.
Ingenious device, isn't it? Pole cam.
Very disappointed Drew Price sitting in the car.
That'll be a terrible time for Drew.
It was a big opportunity for him coming back to the mountain. He's been a works driver for Toyota Team Corolla over the years. He drove here with Seaton last year with no success, and now he's back with the factory-backed Nissan operation, and again troubles are following him around Mount Panorama.
Well, we're still 10 laps away from the first scheduled pit stop for the Longhurst BMW. They're looking pretty good even at this early stage, aren't they?
Yeah, we're only 1 hour and 25 minutes into the race, and already the BMW's up running in the top 5. Goodness me. They're looking at everything on the 4-wheel drive transmission. Crew chief talking to Drew Price, trying to figure out exactly what the problem is.
I noticed the Johnson brothers from the Atherton area of Queensland also been into the pits for a very quick pit stop. We'll be catching up with them a little later.
There's a lot of shouting and toing and froing going on down there in the Nissan pit, and I don't think they're any the wiser.
Here's Freddie Gibson.
The man with the weight of Bathurst responsibility on those shoulders. And this would not be good for Freddie this early in the race. That car has been in there for a number of minutes now.
Shell pit standing by and geared up, waiting for a change.
Well, of course, with all the changes, the pit stops, that's pole vaulted Dick Johnson up to the race lead in the number 17 car. And here comes Dick Johnson up Mountain Straight. Dick's even got time to wave to all the guys. Does it quite comfortably.
Well, our pre-race information had Johnson coming in at 40 laps. That's really stretching the economy of a Ford Sierra. We're still 5 laps away from that point now, but in the Shell pits, John Bowe is ready and waiting, so I imagine they'll come in a little bit earlier than that.
Dick heads up out of Repco Bend towards the cutting. We take the Dunlop race cam. Cast your mind back, Mark. How long is it since Dick Johnson led a race in the 17 car? For 2 seasons or 3 seasons, he led every one of them. And after a frightful season of tailgating the Nissans and some problems with trying to make the Sierra very competitive, Queensland's favourite son now finds himself leading the great race.
He certainly has had some tough times in the Australian Touring Car Championship over the last 3 years, but his finishing record in Sierras at Bathurst is surprisingly good. He was second in 88, he won the race in 89, and one of his team cars at least was second here last year. So the Johnson team were pretty well on the pace at Bathurst.
Number 2 Nissan, by the way, is back in the race. Whether they've found the problem and solved it or not, it's another matter, but it's back out there, but way, way, way down the field.
I was just mentioning the high-speed economy run that the Shell team are trying to do. I'm told that the plan is to hold the car in 5th gear as they go across the top of the mountain to reduce the revs and get the maximum economy out of the car, which is probably a good ploy, because if they can pull 2 or 3 extra laps out of the car, they'll probably get through on 3 stops, which will be a huge advantage.
Dick down to Caltex Chase.
Car 2 Nissan has rejoined the race back in position 30, so they dumped an awful lot of time.
I'm sure they've got the pit stops out of the way. Peter McKay will be on with Freddie Gibson to tell us what the real problems were. They didn't really want to discuss it.
Dickie Johnson heads up the mountain. 5 times Australian Touring Car Champion, and he was the man responsible for introducing the Sierra to the Australian motor racing scene and pioneered its eventual dominance In the years of 88, 89, the car was virtually untouchable.
Time to check them out on the Caltex race score, lap number 36. Queensland's own Dick Johnson leads the great race from Jim Richards and Mark Scaife. Scaife at the wheel of the Nissan. Seaton and Hansford run back in third spot. Fourth, look at that, Longhurst and Jones in the BMW M3. Fifth is the 18 car, Bow Shield, that's the second of the Shell Sierras. In sixth spot, 05 Peter Brock, Andrew Madecki. Seventh, Percy and Grice in the Holden Racing Team Commodore. Eighth, Gibbs and Onslow in the GIO Nissan GTR. Ninth is Perkins and Mazira in the Mobil 1 Commodore. And sneaking up now into the top 10, the number 7 car of Bradley Jones and Neil Cropton. You're up to date on the Caltex race score. We'll be back. Back at Mount Panorama, Bathurst race leader Dick Johnson heads towards the pits on lap number 38 of 161, about ready to hand over to John Bow. They've been rehearsing a lot of pit stops here at Mount Panorama during the week, the Johnson team. In he comes. Belts are already undone. Johnson out of the car, John Bow steps straight in.
Prima Holidays pit report. There's no holiday though for John Bow. He's earning his money today.
Certainly is today. Topping it up with gas, fresh rubber, Dunlop's all round for the number 17 car.
Been in the pits for 20 seconds, the arms are up. Just wait for the refueling, which is usually the slowest part of these stops. Johnson still plugging Bow in. Bow on the ground and out in 30 seconds. A good stop from the Shell team.
30.39, that was quick.
But that means they've surrendered the lead to Car number 1, Mark Scaife, the Nissan GTR, back in front. Johnson, as I said, was the race leader, and with Bow now at the wheel, rejoins in 4th place. Richards leads the race, or Scaife leads the race, by 22 seconds from car 30, Glenn Seaton Sierra, followed by Tony Longhurst in 3rd place.
I see one parked up there on the inside, on the approach to the cutting. There's the Ray Lintott, John English, Valvoline Sierra.
Well, that's certainly interesting after the first round of pit stops. If they're holding like 20 and 30-second gaps on the Nissans, and you think the Nissans still have to make 2 pad changes, we have a race on our hands.
Well, it doesn't finish till just after 4:30. A lot of racing to go. Through the 2WS sweeper, Mark Scaife, the number 1 Nissan pole winner yesterday. $15,000 better off in the pocket this morning, thanks to a cheque passed on to him by Bob Campbell. Oh, how close, and that's...
Yes. I think he may have deserved a fist out the window there.
Well, I think he came up so quickly behind that car that the poor guy was trying to get out of the way.
That is the great problem on Mount Panorama, particularly that tight twisty bit when they come down the side of the hill. The speed difference between the bigger and smaller cars is horrendous, it really is. And all the top drivers will voice their concerns about the small cars. It really is a worry for them sometimes, as you saw so graphically there.
The latest in from Freddie Gibson, passed on to us from Peter McKay, was that they still can't detect what the problem was with the car. They've put 4 wheels and tyres back on it. They've checked everything underneath the car, but Drew Price was complaining of vibrations. And they weren't good vibrations. And they haven't been able to detect anything, so they've sent the car back out again. We were becoming a little frustrated ourselves, tried to seek the information, but Fred was very, very honest. He said, we just don't know. He said, we looked over everything on the car, cannot tell you what the problem is. All we know is that it's cost us a lot of time.
It really is a catch-22 situation for the GTRs in this race. They have to make 2 stops for pads, and to allow themselves a bit of leeway in that extra long stop, they've got to drive the cars harder, which in turn increases their brake pad wear and things like that. So it's not all straightforward for the GTRs. Their race strategy is a little bit mixed up when you compare it to the other cars.
Out of the turn, John Brady has moved down, talked with Alan Heafy and the Nissan pits to shed some light on the problem. John?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike. A lot of confusion about it, Alan. What's as close as you've got to it?
Wait. Basically, Drew came in for his scheduled stop and we changed tyres. He stayed in to do the next stint, and whatever's happened to a tyre or a wheel or something has created a vibration in the car that's fairly severe. And just as a precaution, we thought, well, we'll bring him in and have a good look over it, because there's still a long way to go.
How's it running now?
It's perfectly.
So you're getting an idea what it was? Was it just a tyre or a wheel?
Yeah, hang on. Actually, they're speaking about it now. Yeah, the car is running okay now. There's no dramas whatsoever.
Just got to make up some lost time.
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Thank you, John. Oh, as we said, some problem with vibration. The problem has been fixed. No one's quite sure how it was fixed, but the number 2 car is off and running as we follow Mark Scaife in the number 1 lead car down Conrod Straight into Caltex Chase.
Only 2 cars running in the top 10 now that have not had a driver change. Race leader car 1 now has Mark Scaife at the wheel. Car 30, the Peter Jackson Nissan in 2nd place. Greg Hansford now driving. Tony Longhurst has not been in for a change. Car 25, the BMW, he holds down 3rd spot. 4th position, car 17, John Bow now at the wheel. I'm about to change what I just said because Brad Jones is coming in. He'll get out. Neil Crompton will get in. So Tony Longhurst will be the only driver in the top 10 not to have swapped over.
Cameron Williams is our man on the spot. Cam?
Yes, Brad Jones has just got out of the Holden car and Neil Crompton has just taken the seat. He's a little bit concerned that they've been pushed down the order for this routine stop because of that early stop they had on lap 4 when they clipped the wall going up through Caltex Chase. But he said the car's running very smoothly and they're quite satisfied with this race at this stage.
Thank you, Cameron. 21.76 seconds the time. That was a very orderly pit stop.
Jones was in 10th place when he brought the car in. Crompton has rejoined the race in 15th position, so that's not bad at this stage of the race. John Bow aboard the Dick Johnson 17 car. And this is the driver combination they originally wanted.
And in the 18 car just behind him, Paul Radicic, the driver. Andrew Miedeke now at the wheel of 05, the Mobile Commodore. Alan Grice in the 16 car, the Holden team car. I forgot Mark Gibbs. He's still at the wheel of the GIO car, isn't
yes,
he?
he's still to come in. There's Johnny Bowe. As we take the Dunlop face cam on the 17 car. So he's in fairly good shape, just checking everything out. Brad Jones is out of the car, Crompton in the car, and with him is Cameron Williams.
Thanks very much, Mike. Bradley, you're satisfied with the way things are running with the Commodore, apart from, of course, that hiccup on lap 4?
Yes. Yeah, I feel pretty good in the car. Traffic's a real bother, trying to get by the cars wherever they are, and sometimes they can hold you up to 4 seconds late if they don't want to wave you by over the top of the hill. But I guess it's the same for everyone. You know, I'd be much happier if we were further up, but I think we almost stuck into the top 10 there. It's a long race. Pace car will bring us back to the leaders. Anything's possible, and I'm still confident we'll get a good result.
Brad, how costly does that early stop look now?
Well, this stage doesn't look that costly. You know, it sort of maybe cost us half a lap or something. The problem will be is if we go a lap down, which I hope we won't, but if we do, well, then more than anything, it's due to the stop, and that's my fault, so it doesn't help me much.
Two young drivers, how's the rivalry between you and Niels on wheels?
Not too bad. It'd be interesting to see how quick he's going, actually. So the car's, I wouldn't think the car's quite as nice as last year, but the car's good, and you know, we work as a team, and we want to be standing up on the rostrum at the end of the day. That's our aim.
Good luck.
Thanks, Cameron.
Thank you, Cameron, and a very gracious Bradley Jones.
They do give each other a bit of stick, though, him and Crompton, don't they?
Oh, yes, there's plenty of rivalry there between them.
Which is good.
I notice also in the pits the Johnson and Johnson car, the brothers from Atherton.
It's a long way to come for a car race.
Yes, number 14 is coming out of the pits now. As the number 7 car with Neil Crompton at the wheel heads up Mountain Straight. And there's the second car, or the car behind that one, I should say. We mentioned earlier, two of the most travelled drivers. They don't run the touring car championship as such. They have a ton of support from their local area, Atherton. That's the Johnson brothers.
Neil Crompton aboard the car 7. He's just taken over the reins. And how's it going, Cromley?
Coming up to BP Cutting. Out of there.
Let's see if Neil can hear us again. Can you hear us, Crompton?
Hello, is someone speaking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Oh, hello, boss. How's it going?
Not too bad, son.
Is that check in the mail?
It is, and we love you.
How's it going over there?
Bradley Jones handed the car over. I won't ask you how it feels because it's a familiar lap for you. But you've crept up into the top 10, and he said the car felt reasonably good.
Old Beast feels all right, although he's done a bit of a job on the wheel alignment. Thanks, Brado. Yeah, it all feels okay. It's good to have a steer. I hate standing around. We'll get past this smouldering you-know-what. These blokes have been an accident going somewhere to happen all week. And there it is again. Holden power. Yeah, so everything's looks and feels all right. All the numbers are really smart in the car at the moment, Mike.
Neil,
and hopefully we can settle into a reasonable routine here.
Neil, the Nissan race times have been like 2:17s, 2:18s. Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. Nissan's a bigger tennis racket, isn't it? The thing is, though, that you've just got to keep going around. We've already seen one of the Nissans into the pits. And, of course, we've been in it as well.
Yeah.
Trick here is you've got to stay out there and keep going around hard and consistent all day.
Well, for the benefit of our viewers, next time you come in, will you get them to clean the windscreen as well?
Hey, Crompton.
Yeah, mate.
2 minutes 22. Smarten up your act, will you?
Whatever it was you said, I couldn't quite hear it, but I'm sure it wasn't good.
No, I said that your time for that lap was 2:22. You better stop talking and get on with the job.
That was the first lap. We'll go, give me a break. Go back to Queensland.
Okay, son, I'll let you continue. We'll come back and talk to you when you're into racing rhythm. Okay, mate.
See ya.
Neil Crompton, the number 7 car, Holden Racing Team. Bill O'Brien, that we mentioned earlier, finished 8th here last year, has been in the pits for a long time, and looks like he won't run 8th as he did last year. Bad luck for Bill, who was to be joined by Brian Callahan, Senior and Junior. Spoke to Bill this morning. I think I raised the issue earlier today that they finished 8th last year, passing the line with Alan Grice, and weren't even put in the race results. And Bill had to go to all sorts of lengths to get his place back, and would probably appreciate the cheque for 8th too.
Neil Crompton aboard the number 7 HRT Commodore. Cromley's been doing perhaps a lot more commentary this year than race driving. He certainly loves to do the race driving. He's done pretty well at it over the years too. He was 3rd in the Australia's Drivers' Championship in 1989. He was 5th in the 2 1000 last year, and also 4th in the inaugural James Hardy 12-hour this year alongside Brocky in that 6-cylinder Commodore. This is his 3rd start at the mountain. He began here with Brock in 88 in a BMW. And I don't know too many drivers who would spend more time chasing sponsorship and putting racing deals together. This guy works 8 days a week, 25 hours a day chasing sponsorship, and he certainly lives for his motor racing.
A point that probably isn't known about Neil, that he has always harboured a desire to race in the kart IndyCar series, and went to a lot of trouble this year. He's been 4 or 5 times to the States. Looked like putting together a deal with True Sports to come out and run with Scotty Pruitt in the Gold Coast event and some other races in the States, and got absolutely no support whatsoever promised from the Gold Coast area. Wouldn't it have been fantastic to have had an Australian in the series?
Certainly makes you wonder which would be more likeable to the public, Zsa Zsa Gabor or Neil Crompton aboard an Aussie car.
Oh, Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Car 44 is in the pits and has been there for about 7 or 8 minutes. They've got a major problem over there, blown turbo actuator rod, but they're endeavouring to fix it.
Fitzy?
Yep, Peter Fitzgerald getting ready to step into the B&H car. There's 44.
One of the ex-Benson and Hedges, Tony Longhurst, Alan Jones team cars. These guys bought these things early this year, ran them in a couple of rounds of the Touring Car Championship.
That is the difficult thing, isn't it? McIntyre and Barrow driving that car for Brian Bolwell Racing. Queensland Plastics, the sponsor. But they're in the pits and with quite a few problems. Let's check out 1, 2, 3 in the various classes for you.
Outright contenders, Richards and Scaife continue to lead in the Nissan GTR from Seaton and Hansford, Johnson and Bauer in 3rd place. In the 3-litre category, it's Longhurst and Jones, the class leaders, and they're also right up there amongst the top contenders. Fitzgerald and Holmes 2nd in the class, Sharp and Saltberger 3rd. And in the 1600cc capacity class cars, it's all Corolla, Fall and Morris leading the class from Bates, and Holden and Altona. The old-timers are hanging in there and doing a great job at Mount Panorama.
back at Mount Panorama Bathurst. The Tooheys 1000 continues lap 46 of 161 of Australia's great race. Coming into the pits now in the number 20 car, ex-Formula One champion Danny Holm about ready to hand over to Peter Fitzgerald. We've seen Fitzy standing there. This will be a fairly quick stop, I would imagine.
So wheels going on, driver change completed. Denny out of the car and just helping to strap Fitzy in there.
Fairly relaxed stop by the BMW team, well drilled, and they've been in there for just on 30 seconds now, and the car still isn't moved, is mobile, so probably sitting stationary for about 32-33 seconds, which isn't a brilliant stop. I'm sure the Longhurst Jones 25 car would like to be out in something like 20 to 25 seconds.
Well, here's two cars, two interesting cars. The Sala car, number 50, young Brian Sala, the youngest driver in the race, and has been very strongly supported by Tyre Power, the chain of stores across Victoria. He's running 29th, and that mightn't seem a lot to anyone. And he's having some jousting going here with Kevin Waldock in the Queensland Sunshine Holiday Sierra. But a youngster who has really traded everything to get here. They were trading cars to pick up $5,000 or $2,000. And in fact, it looked like they might make it across the line, or to even the line itself here at Mount Panorama. But we must pay a tribute to the sponsors who not only came good with the sponsorship package, but then had to top it up again 3 days out from the race. And when you go and make a promise to a sponsor and say, well, we're going to deliver all of this for you, and then they had problems with engine and a few other things, they needed more wheels and tyres. So well done, the supporters of this youngster.
He's not only the youngest driver in the race, he's the youngest driver in the history of the race. 17 years and 2 months, so he's still a guy at school.
Well, I think that's fantastic. I really do, and I think Tyre Power should get a huge plug for what they've done to get this young bloke there.
One of the ex-B&H Longhurst cars, one of the three that went out the door in the fire sale before they went back to BMW. Also running an ex-Peter Brock Sierra engine, so there's bits and pieces from all over the racing fraternity. And while most school kids go on holidays, he's got something. Here we are, the Benson Hedges BMW, the critical stop.
Okay, let's take it away, Cameron Williams.
Yes, Alan Jones about to take over from Tony Longhurst here with the BMW. Although there was a lot of pre-race speculation that they'd pit a lot later than this, the team is saying that this is exactly to plan, and they're very happy with the operation of the entire unit at this stage. But it does take a little bit away from the pre-race predictions that the BMWs should stay on the track for a lot longer than they have.
Fairly orderly stop there, Cameron. Jones is in the car. He's a little beefier than Tony Longhurst.
Yes, he needs his own seat. He's got the special Recaro outfit there that's custom made for the former world champion.
Well, I tell you what, if Longhurst has given the car a caning for the opening 40 laps, you can expect Jones to be able to step it up a notch or two as well, because he can drive all day at the same pace. Longhurst came into the pits running in 3rd place. Can you believe that? Jones has stepped into the car, rejoins in 9th. It'll take them a few laps up to racing speed, but that is still a tremendous effort, despite the pit stop, to wind up running in 9th so early in this race.
42 seconds that pit stop took there, and they'll be a little bit disappointed with that. We saw them earlier on when they won the pit stop competition. And they're a very well-drilled team. 42.87 seconds. That's about 12 seconds longer than the ideal.
This is the time where the BMs are most vulnerable. Just after their pit stop, they've got a full tank of fuel, 110 litres sloshing around the back of this thing. And that is an awful lot of weight to pull up the mountain. Their lap times drop off quite substantially. And as the fuel load lightens, obviously their lap times improve.
Well, to get it up so close to the front of the field, I think that'd probably put a smile on the face of a Queenslander by the name of Tony Longhurst. Is that correct?
Tony, Tony, if we could just take you away from Frank Gardner for a second. There seems to be a little bit of confusion in the team at the moment. Did you pit earlier than you thought?
I came in one lap earlier than what I was supposed to, but as I was going up the straight, you start to get very conscious of the gauges, and I thought I saw the fuel pressure gauge move. I thought the other car was going to come in about lap 42 or 43. So the boys should have had a bit of a breather, but anyhow, we're in and out all right.
Yeah, you think everything's going okay?
Sorry?
You're happy with the way things are going at the moment?
Fantastic. I just can't believe it. Who can imagine that little car comes up to third or fourth, whatever we are now.
Of course, the BMW's got a lot more endurance, but one of the disadvantages for a driver is that you have to stay in the seat for so long. How do you feel? Your suit is soaked.
Mate, I'm whacked, I tell you. I'm just going to go and lay down for an hour.
Okay, mate, you've had a well-deserved rest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank you, Tony Longhurst. He's done a great job.
Part of the BMW setup this weekend is they have their own masseur in the back of the garage there to give them a rub down after their stints at the wheel. So everything's covered.
Oh, we hope so. So Alan Jones settles into the 25 M3. And still getting a bit of television time also, right back behind him is young Sala. Let's check them out for you now on our Caltex race score. The top 10 for you. No doubt about who is leading in car number 1, Mark Scaife, doing a fantastic job. Second spot being held down by the number 30, Peter Jackson Sierra, driven by Greg Hansford.
And give you some idea of the sort of pace that Scaife's putting on. He's just about to come upon car number 4, the GIO Nissan, which is running in 9th place. So Scaife doing a tremendous job there, just in front of the GIO Nissan. Little BMW.
So regardless of the problems they're having with the backup car number 2, they are still going hammer and tongs at the front. But Nissan have been confident all week and certainly all year that they could get out the front of this race and control the pace. Caltex race score as we take lap 48. Richards and Scaife in the lead from Seaton and Hansford. Longhurst and Jones, well, they've just had their stop. They'll drop back a little bit. Johnson Bow in 4th, Radicic and Scheel in 5th. In 6th place, Percy and Grice and the Commodore moving up through the top 10. Brock and Madecki in 7th. Perkins, Mazira and the other Commodore in 8th. Gibbs and Onslow and the GIO car in 9th. And rounding out the 10, Brancatelli and O'Brien in the first of the Moffat Sierras.
Welcome back, and time now for our second update of the great race, and the second hour featuring a number of pit stops, but trouble also for Bill O'Brien in the Everlast Commodore, smoking his way across the mountain after finishing 8th last year. Disappointing to finish so early. Brad Jones in race cam. Peter Brock, this was a very good stop here. Regulation driver change. Brock out, Andrew Madecki in. Good, clean, quick stop, and this is where the race can be won or lost. Likewise with Jim Richards. Gentleman Jim out, Mark Scaife in. Remember, of course, he reached 293 kilometres an hour in the shootout. And this is where the Nissan team struck problems. They worked it out as vibrations in the tyres, but they've lost a lot of time. One man who didn't lose time was Glenn Seaton, making up plenty. Seaton out, Greg Hansford in, and he's away. Mark Scaife being held up by a Corolla in the S's. That gets clear, and one person who had no such problems was our very own Neil Crompton. And so the action really hotting up on the mountain, coming into a critical stage of the race now, and I'm happy to say joining us to enjoy the race is the leader of the Federal Opposition, Dr. John Hewson. Not your first visit here, Doctor.
No, it's not, Sandy. I'm delighted to be here again. It's a bit in the blood, this, and this could be one of the best, I think.
Well, we better put you on the spot straight away, because everyone all week has been talking Nissans. Catch us if you can, they've been saying. They've got trouble with one car, but their number one vehicle is still doing it well. Who do you like and why?
Well, I think the Nissans are the one to watch. Obviously, they're by far the quickest, and they've got two of the top drivers. But the Commodores have had the long-term track record here, and they always seem to manage to come through towards the end. So we'll just have to see whether the Nissan can hold it together right through this afternoon.
One suggests to me that you might be a bit of a Peter Brock fan.
Well, Peter's got the track record on, what is it, nine victories here, something like that. A fantastic endurance record, but he's not the only one that's won in a Commodore. I think the Commodores have won several times in the last 5 years, about 3 of the last 5. Well, and the Nissans are yet to prove themselves. So.
Yes, they've been trying for 10 years and had problems last year, but who knows, this could be their year. Thank you for joining us today.
Delighted to be here.
Here for the entire day?
Yes, we are. The Nissans are a bit like politics. You can be quick, but you've really got to be a stayer.
Doctor, I'm not going to get into that. We're here to enjoy a very good race.
Exactly.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks,
Have a
Sandy.
good day.
Pleased to be here.
Thank you very much, Sandy Roberts and Dr. John Hewson. And John will be joining us over in the commentary box. He really is a car buff, hell of a nice guy. And tell you what, if he brought the spare overalls, John might be able to get a run in the GTR late in the afternoon. Not just here as a matter of convenience either. Seen him at quite a number of the Australian Touring Car Championship rounds, always there for the grand finals at Oran Park. And we look forward to him popping by a little later on in today's telecast. At the moment, we're following Mark Scaife, your great race leader in the number 1 GTR.
2 hours, 5 minutes into the great race, and the GTR still leads the field. Nissan have been very well prepared coming up here this weekend. The team tested extensively at Phillip Island over a 6-day period to get their Bathurst suspension, diffs, gearboxes and engines run in, so they haven't got to do any sort of that stuff when they get up to Bathurst. Very well prepared, and Freddie hasn't left a thing to chance, he hopes.
Well, the second car, of course, the Drew Price car, sharing with Gary Walden, is currently 32nd, 7 laps down on the race leader. And the order's still the same. Mark Scaife, your race leader, from Greg Hansford in the number 30 Peter Jackson entry. John Bow runs 3rd in the 17 car. Paul Radicic is 4th in the 18 car. Next is Alan Grice in the Holden Racing Team Commodore, followed by Andrew Madecki in the 05 Mobile Commodore. Thomas Mazira runs right behind him in the 11 car, then followed by Mark Gibbs in the GIO Nissan GTR. Bradley Jones, well, that should be Alan Jones, I'm sorry, and then, of course, Brancatelli in the number 10 Synovus Vitamins car of Alan Moffat. Let's go down to the pits and to Peter McKay for the latest.
Yes, thanks, Mike. More problems for the Nissan car number 2. The driver, Drew Price, reported that the car had lost power. The crew was waiting for him when he arrived. They lifted the bonnet, and the small hose that takes the air into the plenum chamber had come off. They They fixed it, so he was out in about 30 seconds. The point to make is that it never happened to this car before. They'd never experienced a problem, so there's always a first time at the Tooheys 1000.
Thank you, Peter. Plenty of excitement going on. Yellow flags out at the top of the mountain. Only 7 cars on the lead lap at the moment. Holden Racing Team Commodore going through there with Alan Grice at the wheel. And the number 2 Nissan trying to make up all that ground, all those 7 or so laps as we pick up on Kane Scott and young Taylor. The 2 Kiwis campaigning the 3rd Dick Johnson car. They bought the car some weeks ago to come to Bathurst. Had a rather eventful run-up to it, though, let me tell you.
They've had a few problems in this race as well, because they had a pit stop a short while ago. On top of the scheduled one, they had an extra pit stop of about 2 minutes, and the car's been running with something of a misfire at the moment. So the 3rd of Johnson's cars with problems.
There we have race cam, Larry Perkins. And that's the sound I'd like to hear. The 308 V8 revving hard down Conrod Straight. Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazera. Currently running in 7th position.
We're sitting at the moment.
Sorry, I stand
corrected. Yes, it's
there.
the 05, but
it's the 05 car. I do look
That's
similar.
Andrew Madecki. No, it can happen. He comes out of Caltex Chase down beneath the Bridgestone Bridge. And they are really just great. Right here behind Michelle Delcourt in the Strathfield car radio entry. It looks like the Barrow McIntyre car minus something that keeps it on the road. A wheel and tyre, so they've lost one. And the Queensland Plastics number 44 car, the Brian Bowell Racing entry. They've got a bit of work to do on that and to check out the damage on the hub. Now that has happened quite obviously up on the top part of the mountain. I would think somewhere in the vicinity of Forest Elbow. Let's go down to John Brady.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard way to come into the pits, 3 wheels along. What they're doing at the moment, as you can see, is just clearing up the hub so they can get the locking nuts back on. Just checking for damage on the thread. But so far it looks like they're just going to be able to get straight back out again. They haven't cut the engine. Things look to be going pretty smoothly at the moment. They're using it to do a fuel change as well. And assuming this nut goes on easily, which it appears like it's going to, it probably won't cost them as much as it could have. But it must be a frightening experience to get halfway around this track and suddenly find you're a wheel short of a picnic. Just having a little trouble getting it through the threads at the moment.
Also, John, we have a problem. Looks like the Product car has gone into the wall, or the tyre wall at the top of the mountain. Let's have a look at this with our Prima Holiday replay. 33. Oh, dearie me. He's launched that. That's the Pearson Stewart car. Bob Pearson.
Bruce Stewart.
And veteran Bruce Stewart, who's been here for a number of years.
What a shame.
And that has really tweaked the front and the rear of the car. It sits up there. I thought they may have thought about the pace car out to remove it off the circuit. The racing line is not the inside there.
Beautifully built Larry Perkins VN. I think that was the first one to hit the racetracks even before the mobile cars. And Bob Pearson has come up with the Product team with a very special effort this year. Lots of spare engines and transmissions to get this race right. Certainly looking for a top 10 place. And now it's all ended in that nasty crunch on top of the mountain.
Well, the 44 car came in. Has been able to put a new wheel and tyre on. Now it'll be interesting to see what the race stewards or the clerk of the course, Tim Schenken, does in this regard. All it really needs is probably a lap under the pace car to pull it out of harm's way rather than leave it there all day and have some other poor individual run into the car. 33, we saw, McIntyre car, Queensland Plastics entry, was running 24th on the racetrack.
Car 33. Bob Pearson will be bitterly disappointed with that result. Product Air Conditioning, his own company, tips a lot of his own money into motorsport, which is admirable at a time when the economy is down and sponsorship's hard to find. But that's what this race is all about. A lot of heartache.
Past the 2WS Sweeper and Greg Hansford, car number 30.
Something underneath the car there. Looks like it might be a brake cooling duct.
05, the Peter Brock Mobile Commodore is in trouble. Andrew Madecki at the wheel. He's stopped on the climb up toward the cutting.
He's got nothing going there.
No. That 5-litre V8 is dead as a doornail. Madecki's unplugging. There's obviously nothing he can do up there. So, the man they call the Mountain Master has had yet another tragic Bathurst. 87 was the last time he won, and that was in controversial circumstances. He's been hungry for an across-the-line win for a long time now. But Bathurst luck seems to have left him behind. Madecki was in 7th position before this drama. And there'll be a lot of Holden fans on top of the mountain letting out a groan or two now.
Yes, that's one of the favourites gone.
Looks like it might be some sort of electrical problem.
Andrew, it's Mike Raymond. Can you hear us?
Well,
you there, Mort?
Yeah, it's Mike Raymond, Andy.
We have no fuel pressure.
None at all.
I've been giving it a break, and the 15 seconds doesn't help. What do you want me to do next?
Andrew taking instructions from the pits.
Already tried. Yes, no fuel pressure.
They have a complete backup system on the fuel pumps there. Fuel pump system is duplicated.
Madecki lets out a sigh of frustration. And there's the Peter Brock. And with him, Peter McKay.
Thanks very much. Peter Brock, a rather bemused Peter Brock watching proceedings on television. Your car looks like it has a fuel pressure problem, Pete.
Yes, well, that would probably be straight out of an electrical connection, I'd imagine. And at the moment, it's quite interesting to stand here listening to Andrew explaining on television he's got no fuel pressure, and we're going through a test procedure with him to try the reserves and everything else, but he's done that. I don't know what he can do at the moment. It's wait and see.
Is Andrew much of a mechanic?
Well, if it was a straight-out mechanical problem, I don't think a lot of us would have a great deal of concern. But when you start talking about electronics and the number of systems and microchip technology, etc., you've got to get the experts in.
So will the plan be now that you might step into car 11?
Well, one never knows, does one?
Okay, Pete, we'll let you go. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I think that Pete's still trying to work out they cross-entered everyone. Might have a problem.
An obvious tinge of disappointment in Brock's voice there as he watches his car slip away the laps.
No, he was cracking hardy there. You could just see the disappointment written all over his face. Another Bathurst effort. And this one's going to come up a bit on the short side. Seeing that they were running so strongly, we had him up to back to 6th in the number 05 car. Larry Perkins, the engineer of the 2 mobile cars. They are talking to Madecki in the car. Perkins asking what is wrong.
John Heckworth, one of the team technicians there, trying to talk with Madecki and see if he can get the car mobile again. Very disappointed Peter Brock in the background. Number 2 Nissan back in the pits. And the bonnet's up this time. Regulation tyre change taking place, also tipping some more fuel into it. That's mandatory. The big electric fan installed in the front there to keep the engine temperature down while the car sits in the pits. And if we can get a look in there, we'll see what's going on in the engine department.
Peter McKay.
It's the Nissan car too, Mike, is a frequent visitor to the pits, it seems. It's back, and it seems to be the same problem that brought it in last time. The pipe that takes the air through to the turbo. Frantic work going on under the bonnet, as you can see. And the team is taking the opportunity to pull Drew Price out, and Gary Walden is going to have his first drive here for a few years.
Yes, I think that Gary would have been sitting on the pit wall wondering whether he'd get a start today after the problems earlier this morning.
Yes, the point here is that the problem doesn't seem to be serious. and it's just very bad luck, and obviously pulls this car anyway out of contention.
Yes, it puts a lot of pressure on the one car to run fault-free for the rest of the day.
It's astonishing that the team has had such a perfect week, and yet come race day these problems can arise.
Well, they're mechanical, Pete. Anything can happen.
Mate, the little ones can get you just as easy as the big ones.
Almost trouble-free, Peter, would appear to be the challenge by the GIO team.
Sorry, Mark, I missed that.
Just saying that the GIO challenge is without incident so far. They must be really happy.
Hasn't that been an impressive run? I think for a private team, that's just a wonderful job to get the car onto the front row, and now to have it up as high so early in the race. I think they must be delighted.
Alrighty, you can monitor things there for us in the pits. We'll come back to you shortly. The number 1 Mark Scaife as we check out the Caltex race score. Richards and Scaife continue to lead. The Tooheys 1000 from Seaton and Hansford in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Third, Johnson and John Bow in the Shell Sierra. Fourth, Win Percy, Alan Grice in the Holden Racing Team Commodore. Fifth is Paul Radisich and Terry Shield in the Shell Sierra. Sixth, Perkins and Mazira in the Mobile One Commodore. Seventh, Gibbs and Onslow in the GIO Nissan GTR. Eighth, Longhurst and Jones in the B&H BMW. Ninth, car number 10, one of the Moffat cars, Brancatelli and O'Brien in the Synovus Vitamin Sierra. And rounding out the top 10, Parsons and Park in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Back at Bathurst in a moment.
Car 9, car 16, back at Mount Panorama on lap 59 rather, of the great race. Alan Grice at the wheel of the 16 Holden team car. just slipping by one of the Synovus Alan Moffat entries and flying.
After Win Percy's spin earlier on, that car's now been hauled back up through the field, and that's the Sala Lusty car. Another Sierra that's lost a wheel by the looks of things.
Well, they've had considerable problems with this car today. They had turbo damage earlier that kept them in the pits for a considerable while. Shuffled them right back to the back of the field, and they're in serious problem. Can't see until they come around the next curve what the problem is. Front right, by the look of it, it's either missing altogether or very... it's missing altogether, all right.
Oh, there's doing some damage there. Lower ball joint on the suspension being ground away. And they might have troubles when they get back into the pits. There'll be a lot of work there. So, young Brian Sala, the youngest ever driver in the great race, limping into the pits in his Ford Sierra.
He wouldn't have swapped the experience, though, for the world.
Was running in 23rd position as into the pits comes the 18 car.
Radicic getting out of the car.
Terry Shield steps in. Regulation stop. Currently running in 5th position. Everything running like clockwork at this stage. Regulation 4 tyre stop.
John Brady's on the spot.
Yeah, and it is a regulation stop. It looks like everything going completely to plan at the moment. Just waiting on fuel. Everything else is set. Neil Lowe's getting the hands up, and that'll be a fairly quick stop. They'll be happy with that one.
They certainly will, John. 29 seconds. Very quick stop for the Ford Sierra team. Meanwhile, Brian Sala brings in the damaged Sierra. See what sort of repair they can effect. They're putting a wheel straight onto it. And
Terry
John
Shield.
Brady's there too.
Yeah, a lot of running around, but the trouble with this one is how well that wheel's come off. If it's come off cleanly and the hub's okay, then they can get it back on, but it doesn't look like it's the case. It's caused a bit of damage along the way. It depends very much how this thread is, and also it looks like the caliper's had a bad knock. If it's had a bend, and it looks like it has, then they can't get the wheel to sit squarely on the hub. Now this is going to hold them up big time now if they've got to try and straighten that, because the brakes themselves could then be a trouble as well. First and foremost, they've got to get that thread clean. And they've just rushed inside at the moment, I think, to try and get something to lever that hub. Actually, they're just trying to clean the discs at the moment and clean that thread. It did look as if they were struggling to get the hub even on there, but that may not be the problem I thought it was. It's just a case now of getting those locating lugs clean so that the wheel will enter those dowels freely, and then that the thread will go on. As you saw with the last three-wheeler we had come in here, the nut wouldn't go on, and they had a lot of trouble eventually having to hammer it on. You may remember Peter Brock here a couple of years ago having awful trouble. There you can see some of the damage to the back of the brake caliper. And it looks like they're going to have a go at it now. It must be the day for three-wheeling at Bathurst. This
Everybody's
is the test,
working.
whether they can do this up cleanly, and it looks like they will.
Meantime, John Brady, we've got a shot here from race cam of Andrew Miedeke working on the 05 Brock car, all on his own. Still parked at the side of the circuit, trying to figure out what the problem is with this car and try and get it back up and running, because the laps are ticking away and it's becoming almost an impossible task. Here comes the third Shell team car for its 4th or 5th pit stop. They've had a very troubled run all day. By the way, the 18 car, which we saw in and out of the pits just a few moments ago, very good stop. We saw Terry Shield in the car. They dropped only 2 positions on that change, came in 5th spot, went back out in 7th.
Yes, this Kiwi crude car is in all sorts of electrical problems. They came in before and changed the plug leads and the dizzy cap trying to chase this electrical problem, but that hasn't cured it, obviously. They're back in to try a few more options. So the 19 Shell car not proving too effective on the mountain today, but 17 and 18 according to the pits is running like clockwork at this stage.
Car 16, Alan Grice. In partnership, well, it's car 7 there. Yes, it is 7, Crompton. And of course the other team car, the 16 car, driven by Alan Grice and Win Percy, defending champions here at Mount Panorama, race winners last year. Running strongly again this time, as is this car. Brad Jones has had his opening stint handed over to Crompton.
The car still running outside the top 10. Brad Jones got it up to the top 10 before they had their first stop, and now it's running in 11th position. So Crompton grinding his way back from 15th after the stop.
And just ahead of him there, the second and third place men. John Bow at the wheel of the second place car looks to make a move on the inside of the Glen Seton Hansford Sierra. He's going to have to sit there for a little bit longer.
Yes, well, this will be a bit of a grudge match. These guys have been the main Ford adversaries in the Touring Car Championship this year. Glen Seton has certainly come out ahead on the results sheet and the point sheet. And I'm sure the Shell team would like to continue their Bathurst record. Oh.
Lost another one.
Now, that might be the same car. You get a look at it side on. If it's 44, it's dumped another wheel. 43.
Sister car.
The team car. So there's 3 Sierras have lost the left front wheel. Sorry, is that the left front?
That's the right front.
Right front,
yeah.
sorry. And left and right hand drive cars, very confusing.
Your
so
left
another
hand
one
never did know what the right hand was doing.
Another one will limp down the hill.
Oh, wretched luck for Brian Bolwell, who took a big gamble and put up the money to take over these 2 former Tony Longhurst Sierra. Oh, that sets your teeth on edge, doesn't it? It'll set a few other people's teeth on edge too if they come on him very suddenly down this part of the circuit.
Deary me.
It's going to be a long and damaging haul on the way home. Car 35, that's Wayne Park, the second Seton car, is in the pits. Big problems here.
Apparently the engine stalled after their pit stop. The guys having a look underneath it. And it's not nice when a Ford Sierra stops in the pits. The turbocharged engines are running very hot. They suffer from a lot of heat sake if the engine shuts down in the middle of the pits. And our stick cam shows underneath the car.
Car was running in 10th position.
Great innovation is stick cam, pole cam, whatever you want to call it, to a large degree developed by Peter Threlfall from our studios at BTQ Channel 7 in Brisbane, and voila, after years of wondering what went on beneath these cars on race day, you now know. Can't get first gear in that car, apparently.
The car was running in 10th place, but now with this pit stop, I guess Crompton will move up into the top 10.
And the other team car has now dropped back to 3rd. Hansford has been passed by John Bow. So Bow now runs in 2nd, and Hansford in Glen Seton's car there runs in 3rd.
Let's check out our Caltex race score. In the Tooheys 1000, the full field. Richard Scaife lead the field, the Nissan GTR. Hansford Seton 2nd, Johnson Bow 3rd. And of course that's just changed with Johnson moving into 2nd place, or Bow at the wheel moving into 2nd place. Percy and Grice in 4th place, Radicic and Shield in 5th position.
6th at the moment, the Perkins Mazzara Mobile 1 Commodore. 7th, Gibson Onslow with their GTR. In 8th, Longhurst and Jones with the little BMW. 9th, Brancatelli and O'Brien with the first of Alan Moffat's Sierras. And 10th, Parsons and Park still in the pits at the moment.
Neil Crompton moves up to 10th after that pit stop. In 12, car 9, the Millen Brabham, 2nd to the Moffat Sierras. From 13, car 8, Bond and Crosby. 14, car 3, Ashby and Reed. And in 15th position, car 20, Fitzgerald Holm in the B&H BMW.
Position 16 held by English and Scott. Good drive by them in the Sierra. Waldock and Peters next in the Playscape car, followed by Smith and Morgan, the Toyota Supra. Bolwell and Abrahams, car 43 in 19th spot. And Moore and Delcourt, car 22 in 20th position.
21st, Grant and Grant with their Nissan. 22nd, Brock and Medeki, and that car still with problems by the side of the road. 23rd, Jones and Imrie with their Commodore. Another Commodore, Finnegan and Leeds in 24th, and in 25th, Jansen and Gazzard.
From position 26, Scott and Taylor in the Shell Sierra. From 27, car 50, Sala and Lusty. 28, car 2, Price Walton having trouble with the second GTR. From 29, car 78, Full and Morris in the Speedtech Corolla, and position 30, car 24, the two Donahers in the Commodore.
Down to the bottom half of the field, car 31, Johnson and Johnson Commodore running in 31st position, followed by Hendrick and Lambert, also in a Commodore. The Gulson, father and son, car 34 is in 33rd position. Bates and Bates, the twin brothers Neil, in car 70 are running 34th, and Bob Holden and Renaud Altonen in 35th place.
Running in 36th, Forshaw and Vorst with their Corolla. 37th, Pearson and Stewart with the Commodore. 38th, Cotter and Dulman's BMW. 39th, Wright and Dunford with another Corolla. Yet another Corolla in 40th position.
Position 41, Barrow and McIntyre in the Sierra. 42, 74, Verheyen and Vernon in the little Corolla. 43, 54, Sharp and Saltberger in the Kiwi Motorsport car. From position 44, car 39, O'Brien and Callahan. And position 45, Sala and Stratton in another Corolla.
Caltex Racecourse says that in position 46, Wilmington and Awadullah. The leader is in the pits, car 1. 47th is Tyndall and Stewart. At least it didn't get very far, and nor did the car 76, the 48th starter in the race. 2.5 hours down, 4 hours to go in the 2 E's 1000.